it bears the name of Guy Kulelwa Temba CBO. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Below that, it's an address. Can you please that address on record, please?
Is 1818 Busimozi Tembis.
Sorry?
1818 Busimozi.
Yes.
Temba.
Temba.
1818 Busimozi Temba.
It's supposed to be Tembisa instead of Temba. You are correct.
That's correct, my lord.
So you can regard that as a topographic error. Do you agree?
So singakwana lokhu yiphutha.
But my lord, if you can look closely, it's TEMB, and then you can actually see the I and also the S, my lord. It's like I and S, they seem to have been combined, and then with A. So if you can look closely.
So, are you trying to explain that name Temba?
I'm trying to explain, my lord, what I see. My lord, in front of me.
So, in other words, you disagree with the fact that it might be a topographic error.
My lord, I said that if you can look closely, you can see, my lord, there's also S, because if you can compare, my lord, the last A and the alphabet before, my lord, the last A, you can see that is an S. If you were to analyze, my lord, and look properly.
What is this in help of? Because the whole address is incorrect the way I see it. Because the evidence, as I've listened to it, is Vusimuzi section.
Yes.
So there's no section here. And then Tembisa, and it's Temba. I know in Hammaskral there's a location called Temba.
Yes.
So, I mean,
but
no, I'm just saying this address makes no sense.
But the gist of the question lies on the number, my lord.
Yeah, well, fine.
And the possibility of a topographic error. That's the bottom line in terms of...
Yes, no, I don't have a problem with that.
May I proceed, my lord?
Yes, yes.
Ma'am, I believe on the last occasion we dealt with the issue of Dobsonville, where the version of accused number one is that you switch on his mobile phone and you scrolled his contacts you came across the name Mkulu.
My lord, that is not the truth. The name Mkulu came up, my lord, on the 30th, my lord, of May, my lord, after Brigadier Geninda informed me that, my lord, there's a follow-up information that, my lord, I had to attend to.
And it's further my instruction that you immediately contacted that person who later you learned that it was Mr. Magwaza, who is the eNCA that accused number 1 is using.
Athi emva kwaloko walandelela ke lokho wagcina athola ukuthi igama lalo muntu uMagwaza oyinyanga kaMsomo.
My Lord, I still say that I went to Dobsonville, my Lord, with regard to other investigations, my Lord, which link accused number 1.
Ngasho ukuthi ngaye Dobsonville ngiyolandela umkhondo kwamanye amacala ngathi uthinteka kuwona umsolo wokuqala.
Yes, let me clarify this for you. When you went to Cambridge, as per your evidence, you said accused number 1 directed to you to the old man, Mkulu, Mr. Zwane. Is that so?
Wathi wena waya eCambridge ngoba umsola wawutshela ukuthi ungaya lapha uye lendoda endala ekuthiwa uZwane.
That's correct, my Lord.
Wathi yebo kunjani?
That was part of your investigation, is that correct?
Okunye-ke okwenza-ke ekuphengeni.
That's correct, my Lord.
Yebo kunjani?
So now when you confirm that you went to Dobsonville as part of your investigation, what kind of investigation was that?
Manje umuntu waya eDobsonville uqhubeka nophenyo lakho kwawunhlobo niyophenyo olwenza lapho.
My Lord, I did mention, my Lord, the charge yesterday which I was, my Lord, pursuing, and my Lord, the council felt that I'm assassinating, my Lord, the character of the accused number 1, my Lord. So I don't know if I have to now lay down, my Lord, all the cases, my Lord, which I was investigating, my Lord.
Sengichazela ukuthi bengiyokwenza lokhu uphenyo eDobsonville. Sefuthi-ke ummeli lana uzama ukuthi mina ngehlise isithunzi sikaMsolo ngazi ukuthi uchaza ukuthini.
All right. Let's finally on that aspect. Did you go to Dobsonville and meet Mr. Magwaza?
Waya yini eDobsonville yahlangana noMagwaza?
That's correct, my Lord.
Kunjani?
You spoke to Mr. Magwaza.
Wakhuluma noMagwaza?
That's correct, my
Yebo
Lord.
kunjalo?
Did you confirm that he is a Nyanga?
Wathola yini isiqiniseko sokuthi uyinyanga?
That's correct, my Lord.
Yebo kunjalo?
Did you confirm the relationship between accused number 1 and that Mr. Magwaza?
Manje-ke wakwazi yini ukuthola isiqiniseko sobudlelwano phakathi kwaloyo Magwaza noMsolo?
That's correct, my Lord.
Yebo kunjalo?
So you confirm that there was a prior relationship between the two.
So watholisisa ukuthi kwaba nobudlelwano ngaphambilini.
That's correct, my Lord.
Yebo kunjalo?
Thank you. Let's get to. I wanted to clarify something before we proceed. It's just a minor aspect, but it might be relevant to the issue of assault and inducement.
Khona ngifuna ukuchaza okungasiza ukuzwisisa lolu daba esikhuluma lokushaywa nokuzama ukuphoqa.
Your evidence is that in relation to the trouser that accused number 1 was wearing, you said accused number 1 said the trouser is expensive, that's why he wants to change it. Is that your evidence?
That's what, my Lord, he said on that day.
All right. So, at all times before you left or towards approaching his room with the purpose of changing that with the trouser,
My Lord, we did not go to his place of residence, my Lord, in order for him to change, my Lord, a trouser. My Lord, I did say that we went there, my Lord, to confirm or to verify, my Lord, the address. And while, my Lord, we were there, he's the one who requested, my Lord, to change, my Lord. It was not only a trouser, my Lord, he also changed, my Lord, the flip-flops, my Lord, that he was wearing.
acela ukukhulumela ibhluka kuphela waqhubeka wathi ucela ukukhuluma ney'thathu ebuphaqapaqelayo begqokile.
Yes, I'll get into that, ma'am. It's just that accused number 1 told me that the Cavella you said he wore is more expensive than the trouser. Hence, I wanted to refute the evidence to say he changed the trouser because it was expensive.
And ngifuna ukuqhubeka ngoba umsola uthi-ke lesicathulo seCavella othi ayisigqokile sibiza ngaphezu kwaleli bhuluku leli. Yikho-ke ngithi ngifuna ukuphikisa ukushoyo ukuthi waya lapha ngoba ethi ibhuluku ayigqokile liyabiza.
My Lord, all I can say is that he's the one who requested, my Lord, to change a trouser. And my Lord, he was also wearing a Adidas top, my Lord, of which I think it's expensive, as well as a Cavella. Even the flip-flops, my Lord, that he was wearing, it's Adidas, if I'm not mistaken. So, my Lord, I don't know what is the difference between that trouser and the shoes and the top, my Lord, because he specifically, my Lord, wanted to change the trouser, my Lord, which he indicated that it was dirty, the trouser was dirty, my Lord, to the fact that he was made to lie down, and also said, my Lord, they will steal it in prison, my Lord. So it was his choice, my Lord.
Hayi mina ngikwazi umehluko phakathi kwebhuluku leli ney'cathulo zakhe kodwa wacela ukuyoshintsha lapho futhi washintsha wayegqoka nethopu mhlambe-ke yayibiza kakhulu kodwa-ke uyena wathi yena ngoba ibhuluku lakhe lalingcolile ngoba wayelaliswe phansi wayefuna ukulishintsha futhi okunye kwakusho ukuthi nje wayesanda ukuthi befika ejele bamtshontshela la.
And my Lord, even though you can have expensive things, my Lord, there is those ones that you will value much, my Lord, amongst others.
Nanoma kunezinto eziningi futhi ukuthi khona ezinye ozozibona ziseqophelweni eliphezulu kunezinye.
All right, just to clarify that aspect, ma'am, the last question on that aspect is, did accused number 1 ever mentioned that I want to change this trouser because it's dirty?
Manje umsolo oqala wakusho into ukuthi wathi ufuna ukushintsha leli bhuluku ngoba lingcolile.
My Lord, all I can say is that as we were walking to his place of residence, my Lord, he was complaining to say, why bafowethu nengenze ngalala phansi because ibhuluku lami manje selingcolile. And then, my Lord, when we got there inside the shack, my Lord, when we were done with everything, my Lord, he also added, my Lord, to say, can I change this trouser because it is expensive, my Lord, and abafowethu lephakathi bazolithatha.
Sisaya-ke lapha sihamba siya la ehlala khona ahambe khona la endleleni ethi why did you guys force me to lie down because now my trouser is dirty. Asiqhubeka ethi-ke hayi akafuni ukuhamba wefuna ukuphula lishintsha leli bhuluku ngoba ethi-ke uma ungena ngaphakathi ejele bazofika ezinye iy'nsizwa le ngaphakathi zimtshontshelele.
So according to him, he says he messed himself up. That's the reason why he had to change the trouser. And number 2,
uthi-ke yena wazingcolisa yikho waphoqelekile ukuthi ayoshintsha leli bhuluku aligqokile.
and number 2, you took the trouser. Even today, the trouser was taken by the police. It has never been brought back.
So-ke kufikela namhlanje leli bhuluku leli lathathwa amaphoyisa kufikela namhlanje alikaze lithole leli bhuluku.
My Lord, I have no knowledge of that, my Lord. And what your client is, accused number 1 is saying, my Lord, is not the truth, my Lord. I deny it, my Lord. I did not witness, my Lord, accused number 1, my Lord, wetting his pants.
Cha hayi lokho akulona iqiniso ngiyaphikisa impela mina nje kufika namhlanje-ke ngiyasho ukuthi angikaze ngibone ngizange ngibone umsolo wokuqala ezingcolisa noma-ke emanzisa ibhuluku lakhe.
Now the evidence is not wetting his pants, it's messing his pants.
Yes.
A well of difference between those two.
Kunomehluko omkhulu phakathi kokumanzisa nokuthi-ke azingcolise.
Now the allegation is that you took that messed up trousers as it was.
My lord, that is not the truth. My
So
lord,
when
I
I
deny.
watch it, lingolele injalo, lapho ukuthi ayikha, zange kwenzeke.
All right. Let's get into the. Are we done, my lord? Sorry.
Yes.
And maybe, my lord, can I also ask the council to explain the messed up parts, because
No.
yes, my lord.
Mhlambe umlila ngangichazela ukuthi uchaza ukuthini bethilanga ngoba.
If you have no knowledge of the said allegation or version, and this has to do with the dignity of accused number one.
Uma ungakwazi-ke lokho esikhuluma ngakho ukuhambelana nesithunzi noma ukugcina kwesithunzi sikamsolo kuqala.
Yes. May I proceed to, when you approach accused number one, what was the main purpose? What was the sole reason?
Kwakuyini inhloso yokuthi niye kumsolo kuqala?
To execute, my lord, the J50.
Lokho ukuthi sisebenzise u-J50.
So you approach accused number one, you execute J50.
Naye umsolo kuqala nayo sisebenzisa-ke leyo J50.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Sorry, after you executed the J50, did you place him under arrest and detained the accused number one in one of the Tembisa police stations?
Ngithema ukuthi niyisenzele leyo J50 nambopha yini namthatha namvalela kwezinye zezitishi zamaphoyisa eThembisa.
No, my lord.
Cha kunjalo.
And what are the provisions of the J50? When are you doing investigations?
Sithini izabelo ze-J50 masikhuluma-ke ngokwenza open?
My lord, you execute, and my lord, you go and detain a person. However, my lord, in this instances, my lord, I use an opportunity, my lord, to ask accused number one, since, my lord, I had knowledge that, my lord, he was also involved in other cases, my lord.
J50 umsebenzisa-ke umuntu yabo uyamvalela kodwa angasebenzisa leli thuba ngoba nganginolwazi ukuthi umsolo kuqala uyathinteka kwamanye amacala.
Sorry, my lord. I was just. You executed the J50, you were curious about other cases. Were you the investigating officer on those matters?
Manje wayesebenzisa i-J50 ngoba wawuthandabuza ngamanye amacala. Manje wena ophenyela
My lord, other dockets were investigated by my office, my lord.
amanye
So I
amadoda
had knowledge.
ayephenya i-ofisi lami.
I had knowledge of.
Yebo kusho ukuthi nganginalo ulwazi.
Yes. It's prior knowledge. Now, after it has been executed on the 30th of May 2020, since it is your evidence that the matter was struck off the roll, or sorry, was not placed on the roll on the basis that it required further investigations on forensic analysis. So those investigations were completed, is that correct?
Manje ngomhla 30 kuMeyi icala lela zange lifakwe enkantolo ngoba kwakunesidingo sokuthi-ke phinde kuqhubeke kuyokwenza uphenyo lwe-forensic. Kanjalo.
Can you please repeat the question?
All right.
Phinde umbuzo.
I said, when the matter was not placed on the roll for the first time,
Manje kudaba lokuthi mangafakwanga enkantolo ukuqala
on the basis that there was no, there are no results on on the product or on the product that was found, like the drugs.
Kuthiwe-ke akuzange kube nomphumela mayelana nezidakamizwa lezi ezasi ekwakhulunywa ngazo.
After the report came back, after the analysis came positive, the matter was then.
Emva kokuthi-ke umbiko utholakale oveza ukuthi yebo kuyabonakala ukuthi izidakamizwa zikanjani.
And the matter was placed on the road.
Manje lolu daba loseliyafakwa enkantolo.
Is that so?
That's correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjani.
So the investigations, in other words, were completed.
Kusho ukuthi uphenyo loseluphelele.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjani.
So in relation to this matter, other than the matter you arrested accused number 1 for, you arrested accused number 1 on a J50 warrant of arrest.
Manje kusho ukuthi-ke lana nabopha umsolwa ngaphandle kwalolu daba enilethelwana nambophela nge-J50.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjani.
With this case under 21703, it required no further investigations.
Kusho ukuthi-ke lolu daba lo ngaphansi kwale number 21703 angasadingi ukuthi iqhutshwe ngophenyo.
My lord, when I received, my lord, the docket, I had to complete the investigations. The investigations, my lord, were not completed. I'm the one, my lord, who completed the investigation, and
Ngathi uma sengithola idokotela ngifanele ngiqhubeke ngophenyo ngoba uphenyo lolu lalungakapheleli.
All right.
it's
Before,
not like I got a docket with investigations, my lord, completed. No, that is not true.
Hayi ngizange ngiyithole idokotela ebese laseliphelile luphelele futhi uphenyo.
ma'am, let me take you back because I need clarity in terms of the legitimacy of this J50.
Asibuyele emuva ngoba ngifuna ukutholisisa ukuthi le J50 yayinjani.
Do you know what is the J175, the summons?
Yazi yini J175 ethiwa-ke ubizo lokubiza umuntu enkantolo?
Yes, my lord.
Yebo ngiyawazi.
And if when it is issued, it has the date of trial. Do you agree?
Uma ikhishwa leyo ncwadi kusho ukuthi iba nosuku lokuqula icala kunjani?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjani?
So it specifies the date in which the trial will be held.
Manje
not correct.
kuyaveza lapho ukuthi
Sir, ma'am,
udaba
It's not quite correct. It indicates the date of the first appearance or the next appearance, not necessarily of trial.
My lord,
No,
don't want
I understand the law.
yes. My lord, I don't want to
Yeah, no, fine.
argue with the court, but it would be prudent if we had the copy so that we can refer to
No,
the
you can
specific
ask.
document.
You can ask the witness.
Do you have the J175 in your docket?
unayo yini J175 edokethini yakho?
No, my lord.
Cha nginayo.
It's part of the content of the docket.
Okunye okungaphakathi kwedokethini.
Are you telling me that it is?
Yes, it's one of the essentials in the docket.
Okunye kufanele kube khona ngaphakathi kwedokethini.
My lord, I do not have the J175, my lord.
Cha nginayo
because
J175.
I did not apply for J175, my lord.
Angizange ngiyicele.
So I don't understand the counsel when he says it's a requirement that it must be in the docket.
Angikuzwisiseki ukuthi kufanele kube okunye okuphoqelekayo ukuthi kube ngaphakathi kwedokethini.
All right. So neither the return of service is not in the docket.
Ukuthi ne-return of service ayikho la kuleyo dokethini.
What for, my lord?
Izobe iyakho.
All right, let me just leave it because I can understand you. You are not fully informed about it.
No, my
No,
lord.
but this
I'll leave it
witness,
for
sorry,
others.
Mr. Gomez, no. This witness is clear. She says she never applied for a J175. She applied for a J50, which she went to execute.
My lord, may I address the court in relation to the knowledge I have?
Yes, it's fine.
Yes.
Please do.
When a matter is struck off the roll,
Yes.
then they will issue summons. They will issue summons to the address where the accused is residing.
Yes.
Those summons then will be given to the investigating officer to effect service so that on that particular day, accused must appear in court.
Quite right.
Yes. After that, my lord, say for instance, the accused number, the suspect was not found. Then he or she will go back to the court with a proof that there was no service of the summons. That is the return of service. If the return of service says the person, after the investigating officer has satisfied himself or herself that the person is not found, firstly by doing what? The contact details of the suspect, the people he is residing with, to know the whereabouts of the suspect. If it is to the satisfaction of the court that the person cannot be found, then they can issue a J50, which is a warrant that will be circulated for his arrest. That's how I understand it.
You're correct, but this witness says she didn't consider the J175 because the accused was missing or had vanished. Is that what you said?
That's correct, my lord.
I was listening.
What was the procedure then that was followed after that, ma'am? How do you bring an application, an independent application, to obtain a J50 without the J175?
Basenjani ukuthi ufake isicelo se-J50 kungenayo i-J175?
As a court case, my lord, my learned friend is not correct that when a matter is not placed on the roll, when the accused must be brought to court, that a J175 which must be followed.
Necessarily.
It's a discretion of the prosecutor. A J50 can be applied for in those instances.
Yeah, but I don't know how, doesn't assist us this wrangle about J175?
No.
J50.
Hence I said, my lord, I'll leave it for argument.
Yes, because this witness says she never considered it because her sources told her that accused number one has vanished.
Yes.
And he says she contacted her sources, which means informers. Is that not so?
That's correct, my lord.
That's it. And then she gets a message to say this particular person is somewhere in Vosimozi Hostel or Ramatribini Hostel. Is that not so?
Vosimozi is Tembisa, my lord, in Vosimozi section.
That's it, yeah.
But my lord,
And then she goes there with Buthelezi and whoever, Mabena. That's
My
how
lord-
I understood the evidence, Mr. Mkomezu.
I understand the same, my lord.
Okay.
May I address the court in relation to the submission made by the state?
By the
If he
state?
says, by my learned colleague,
Okay.
to say there is an application that can be brought, because the witness must place it on record if such an application was brought by the witness,
For the J50.
but on the basis of the J50.
You approach a magistrate in chambers, Batu.
My lord, the court is answering for the witness.
No, I'm not, because if a J50 is issued, she says she signed an affidavit. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct, my lord.
And then you present it to the magistrate who is in chambers, and the magistrate looks at it, and if there's no case made out, he dismisses the application.
So that means I have.
And sorry, my lord.
No, I think, my lord, with your permission, may I just leave this aspect, because if the court intervenes in terms of giving evidence, or which is
No,
supposed to be
I'm not
given
giving
by-
evidence. I'm quoting the law, citing the law. That's
But
what the
the
law
witness,
says.
my lord, is under oath and is expected from her.
Now fine, you can continue.
I'll leave that aspect because it's already on
Why are
record.
you accusing me of giving evidence? I'm just citing the law as it is.
Let's proceed with other aspects. All right. Now let's get into, I'll just briefly give you the version of accused number one.
Funa
Before I
ukunika
get
ukuthi
into
uthini
accused number
umsolo
two.
wokuqala ngalolu daba.
Accused number one, as I'll quickly summarize because some of the things I've already put to you as the version of accused number one.
Ngokunika afishane ukuthi uthini umsolo wokuqala ngoba okunye sibe sesikhulumile ngakho.
What is of pivotal importance is that accused number one, after his arrest, he was assaulted at Litabong and
Umsolo wokuqala
questioned,
ukuthi emva kokuthi aboshwe washaywa eLithabong
and questioned about the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
wabuzwa futhi nangokufa kaSenzo Meyiwa.
Number two, he denies having been in possession of ammunition
Uyaphika ukuthi yena wakathola enenhlamvu isibhamu.
on that particular day, and further denies that he gave you permission to enter his premises.
Uyalo ukuthi wayenenhlamvu isibhamu ngalelo langa futhi uyaphika ukuthi wanika imvume ukuthi kungenwe la ehlala khona.
My Lord, accused number 1 gave us permission to go to his place of residence. And my Lord, I deny, my Lord, and categorically deny that accused number 1 was ever assaulted, my Lord, by me or by anyone, Lord, I was with on that specific day.
So uqala wasinike imvume ukuthi singene endlini yakhe futhi ngiyaphika ukuthi ngiyagcizelela ukuthi ngiphika ukuthi umsolo uqala washawa omunye umuntu imina noma omunye umuntu engangina ngalelo la.
And I also deny, my Lord, that accused number 1 was taken to Litabo. What's the place again?
Litabong
Litabo, my Lord.
municipality area around there.
I deny, my Lord.
Ngiyaphika nokuthi wayiswa endaweni yaseLithabo.
What's the big one, sir?
And furthermore, there were more or less 7 motor vehicles that were at that place during his arrest.
Uthi ngesikhathi ezoboshwa kunemoto ezazingaphezulu kweziyisikhombisa.
My Lord, I deny, my Lord, that there were 7 vehicles, my Lord. It was myself and Constable Buthelezi and Sadiq, my Lord, in which, my Lord, we were traveling, my Lord, with 2 cars. And in Fort Loras, my Lord, that's when the cars were extended, my Lord, because Brigadier Kininda came with his own vehicle, Mapena came with his own vehicle, and then it's then my vehicle and Buthelezi and Sadiq's vehicle. So now they were now 4, my Lord, from Fort Loras to Eriti.
Ngiyaphikisa lawo ukuthi kwakuney'moto ezingaka ngoba mina ngafika sasinobuthelezi nosadiki kwakuney'moto ey'mbili lapho masefoslarasi kwafika nezinye iy'moto zagcina zizine nje kuphela iy'moto zazikhona.
My instruction further that. May I approach his number? So it's my instruction further that after accused number 1 was not placed, was not detained in Tembisa as per the J50, he was taken to Fort Loras.
Kuthi kuthiwa umsolo njengoba ke engazange avalelwe eThembisa wayiswa eFort Loras.
That's correct, my Lord. We left and went to Fort Loras.
Yebo kunjalo sasuka saya eFort Loras.
At Fort Loras, next to a municipality area, he was further assaulted by the police, insisting that he should give them information relating to the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
Kuthiwa-ke endawo yasemasipala waphinde washawa etshela ukuthi akalethe akavume ukuthi khona akwaziyo ngokufa kaSenzo Meyiwa.
My Lord, it is not the truth, my Lord. It is a lie, my Lord, that we went to municipality in Fort Loras, my Lord. We went to Fort Loras police station, my Lord, and we parked at the parking lot, my Lord, between the police station and, my Lord, the courts. And, my Lord, he was never assaulted, my Lord, because that place, my Lord, it's an open space, my Lord. And already, my Lord, when we left to Fort Loras, he had, my Lord, already made admissions to me, my Lord. Hence, I phoned Brigadier Kininda, my Lord, to inform him that accused number 1, my Lord, is making certain admissions, my Lord. Thereafter, that's when the Brigadier said, let's meet at Fosoras police station. And remember, my lord, that I said before, the intention was to go to Basutwin, my lord, hostel. My lord, accused number 1 is not telling the truth, my lord. He is lying when he said he was assaulted at the municipality.
Umsolo wokuqala akakhuluma iqiniso. Ukhuluma manje umethu washawa eduze nawasemasipala.
Because, my lord, on that day, we went to Fosoras police station and we were parked, my lord, at the parking lot.
Ngoba lengalelo langa saya eFostoras police station safika sapaka la kupaka khona imoto.
And, my lord, when we left Tembisa to Fosoras, my lord, he had already made admissions.
Masisuka eThembisa seFostoras wayese uvumile isongo.
Hence, my lord, I put it upon myself to phone Brigadier Ginena to say he's making admissions, my lord, with regard to the murder of Senzo Meyiwa.
Yikho kwangenza ukuthi ngifonele uBrigadier Gineza ngimtshela ukuthi kukhona umsolo akwamukelayo malana nokufa kaSenzo Meyiwa.
And the reason, my lord, the Brigadier suggested that we meet him at the police station, my lord,
Na isona isizathu esenza ukuthi uBrigadier athi asihlangane epolice station.
is because, my lord, I told him, my lord, to say we also found the ammunition, and now the information was now leading us to Basutwin hostel in Fostoras, my lord. That's why he suggested to say, rather before you go to the hostel, let's meet first at the police station.
Kwase kukhona inodaba lokutholakala kwenhlamvu kumsolo iloko kayesenza ukuthi athi asiye eBasutwin section kodwa ke uBrigadier athi asiqale sihlangane epolice station.
So, my lord, he is not telling the truth, my lord. He is lying, my lord, when he said that he was assaulted, my lord, because I even asked him on that day when he was making admissions to say, why are you saying this now to me? And he gave me the reasons, my lord, why he was telling me what he was telling me.
Kama manga umithi washa ngoba wangitshela mina ngaze ngibuza ukuthi yini indaba usungitshela manje.
I don't know, my lord, if I can tell the court the reasons that which, my lord, he gave to me.
Angazi ke noma ngifanele ngitshele yini inkantolo ukuthi iziphi lezi izathu anginika zona.
All right. May I just, before we proceed, you say he made admissions. Were you aware that before somebody make admissions, you must lay the basis for them?
Athi njengoba usetheke khona izinto zamukela uyazi yini ukuthi kusekhona okufanele kwandlalelwe kuqala umuntu engakavumi lutho.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo ngiyakwazi lo.
What is it?
I gave him, my lord, his constitutional rights.
Ya ngamtshela ngamalungelo akhe.
That is all. About
You're gonna
constitutional
tell all
rights.
Then, my lord, I asked him a question and he answered.
Ngambuza umbuzo wakho.
All right. I'll proceed. Thank you, madam. Then on the 31st of May, he was, after he was booked in a 20-1 on in the early hours of the 31st of May 2020, he was booked out again at 11:30 in the morning.
Mhla 30 May emva kokuthi abhukwe afaka ngo-22-1 waphishwa futhi ngo-11 ekuseni.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
All right. So a confession was already taken according to your evidence.
Ukukhulumisana kwesesebhalwe phansi kunjalo.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
The purpose for the booking out, what was it for?
Manje wayekhishelwana
Further investigations, my lord.
qhubeka nophenyo.
Such as?
Njenga
Following, my lord, on drugs
ukulandelela umkhondo wezidakamizwa
and, my lord, following on other investigations, my lord, unrelated to the drugs.
futhi ke nokulandelela eminye imikhondo ehambelana namanye amacala angahlangene nezidakamizwa.
Including the one, Lord, that is before this court.
Sihlanganisa futhi ke nalolu daba olula phambi kwale nkantolo
and other various matters, my lord.
nezinye ke nje iy'ndaba esikhona.
All right, let me take you straight to the 19th of June 2020. The accused,
Sabeke sekumhla 19 kwaJune 2020.
accused number 1 appeared in court, is that correct?
Umsolwa wavela enkantolo amnjani?
My lord, I know that he appeared, but I was not there when he appeared in court.
Ngiyazi ukuthi wayevela enkantolo kodwa ngangingekho ke eyovela enkantolo.
Then the matter was postponed to the 30th of June.
Manje udaba ke lesehliselwa kumhla 30 uJune amnjani?
I don't know, my lord.
Angazi.
So, you do not know. Do you know if accused number 1 was ever detained at Silverton?
Uyazini ukuthi umsolwa oqala wayeyovalelwa eSilverton?
My lord, before this question, you were referring to accused number 2.
No, I'm referring to accused number 1. If I say number 2, because I indicated, I said, let me finish with accused number 1, then I'll get to accused number 2. I'm still dealing with accused number 1. If you are right to ask me, but let us deal with accused number 1 at the moment.
Sakhuluma ngomsolwa oqala.
I get it, my lord.
Thank you. You say on the 19th you were not present.
Njengomhla 19 wawungekho.
That's why, my lord, I was saying he said accused number 2.
No, I'm referring
Accused
to...
number 1, yes, my lord. I was present, my lord, because I'm the one who escorted him from Valera police station, my lord, and we went to Tembisa Magistrate Court because he had to appear for that matter on that day.
Yebo umsolwa oqala yebo kwakuyimina ngoba yimina ngamthatha eValera ngamisa
Tembisa Magistrate Court.
ngamisa eThembisa ngoba wayefanele avele lapha enkantolo.
Do you know if accused number 1 was ever detained at Silverton police station?
Uyazini ukuthi umsolwa oqala wakwavalelwa eSilverton police station?
My lord, all I know is that the accused was detained at different police stations, my lord, because at times when you get to the station, you'll find that there is a COVID infection, my lord, and that the prisoners were moved to another police station. Or sometimes, my lord, if you come back from court and then they will tell you that there is an infection, then you have to go and detain him at another police station.
Yebo umsolwa wayehanjiswa ey'teshini eziningi ngoba kwakuyisikhathi sobhubhane. Kwakwenzeka ukuthi uyisa umsolwa epolice station ethize ufike uthole ukuthi abasolwa abasusiwe bayiswa kwenye ipolice station ngenxa yokuzama ukugwema ubhubhane.
So yes, my lord, it is possible that he was detained at some point at Silverton police station.
Yebo kuliqiniso ukuthi mhlambe kwesinye isikhathi wagcina evalelwe ke Silverton police station.
Before I conclude on accused number 1's cross-examination and question, the aspect that I wanted to put across to you is that at some stage in Tembisa court, accused number 1 indicated that to the presiding officer, he requested that he should be detained in prison because he was assaulted when he is kept at the police stations. Can you dispute that?
Solwa uthi ke wakwacela imanje ukuthi ucela ukuthi ayovalelwa ejele ngoba uma evalelwa epolice station uyashaya.
That's correct, my lord. And can we also check the date on the charge sheet? When was that?
Yebo kunjalo kodwa sibhekeni ke nensuku lapha kushashit ukukwa kuyini.
And what was specifically, my lord, recorded?
Ukuthi ke nofuthi ke yini okwaqoshwa la.
Do you want to go through it?
No, my lord,
You
I'm just saying.
can go to Exhibit 00, then you can check the records.
Ngathi hamba uyobheka umbukiso uyobheka ukuthi kubhalweni.
The appearance on the 30th of June 2020.
Uyobheka ukuthi umhla 30 kuJune 2020 kwenzekani.
Or maybe an appearance after the 7th of July.
Umbheka la uqale ngemva komhla 7 kuJuly.
So then they said the 10th of July. I'm
Cha bathi
checking
ufika 10 kuJuly.
Hello?
If is busy, I see accused number 1 wants to.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
The 10th of July 2020.
I have it, my lord, in front of me.
So will you be able to read the records?
My lord, I can only see the accused assaulted by SAPS Silverton.
Ngibona lapho umsolo ashaya amaphoyisa aseSilverton.
Yes. Is that all?
Yikona phela lokulapha.
My lord, I can see that he's requesting to be detained at correction services.
Yabona ukuthi uyacela ukuthi ayovalela ejele.
Thank you. May I proceed to accused number 2?
My lord, can I also put on record, Lord, my lord, that when my lord he made these submissions at Tembisa Court, my lord, I also made follow-up, my lord, in Silverton Police Station to find out who were the police officers, my lord, who were assaulting him, my lord, at Silverton Police Station.
Ngokuthola lokhu ngahamba ngayolandela eSilverton Police Station uyobuza ukuthi wobani labaphoyisa ekuthiwa ashaya eSilverton.
And my lord, there's no one, my lord, who could confirm, my lord, that there was such an incident, my lord, taking place, my lord, in that police station, my lord.
Ayekho wakwazi ukuthi angichazele ukuthi yebo ngempela kwenzekala kuleyo police station.
And my lord, I can also confirm, my lord, that he made these changes, my lord, because, my lord, somewhere, my lord, along in the investigations, he lied, my lord. So the truth was catching up with him, my lord. So that's why now he was now changing, my lord, to say he must be detained at correctional services.
Ya ngoba ke vele wayeqamba amanga futhi ke wayeseqala ukubonakala ukuthi la uyabanjwa kulamanga akhe yikho ayicela ukuthi ayovalelwa ejele.
And also, my lord, can I put it on record that when, my lord, he was indeed detained at Modapi prison, my lord, when, my lord, because I was the one who was taking him to court and fetching him, he then came back to me and said, can you please take me back to the police holding cells because the food there, my lord, is not enough the way it is being served at the police station.
Njengoba kwaye lapha eModapi ngoko kuyimina wayemthatha ngibe ngimhambise emise enkantolo ngibe ngibuyise. Wayacela kumina wathi ucela uPeter aphindisele police station ngoba ethi ukudla lapha abanikwa kahle akufani nokunale ndlela abanikwa ngayo police station.
So, my lord, this proves that, my lord, accused number 1 and me, we were decent with each other because he came back to me to say, "Iphalishile lapha prison, ligcwalisandla." That's where exactly, my lord, his words.
That is why I'm saying that we had a good relationship because he even came to me and what it mean iphalishile lapha eModapi ligcwalisandla.
So, my lord, he wanted to be detained back to the police holding cells. Then I told him to say, and now you will go back to court and accuse us of assaulting you again. So I refused.
Ecela ukuthi ayise police station athi mina ngeke ukwazi wenzela lokho ngoba uzokuphindela lapha enkantolo uphinde ukuthi sina asiphathi kahle.
So, with the leave of the court, do you want me to start afresh from the date of appearance of accused number 1, from the 1st of June 2020?
Masiqale phansi ngomhla ka-1 June 2020 simayelana nomsolo oqala.
It's your
Did you
choice, my lord.
obtain a letter from a station commander of Valeria police station allowing you to keep accused number 1 for more than 1 day or 2 days?
Wathola incwadi police station go station commander yasevalela ethi ningakwazi ukuthi nimgcine umsolo lapho ukudlula usuku lonke.
My lord, we have the whole day, my lord. I think if you want to start from day one, my lord, we can proceed.
Sinalo lonke usuku ngifuna ukuqala ekuqaleni singaya lapho.
No, I'm not in a street, I'm in a court of law. I want to take you to the 1st of June 2020.
So kufuna
I'm
siye
saying, did you obtain a letter from the station commander allowing you to keep accused number 1 at Villeria police station?
ngasekumhla 1 June 2020 wayithola yini incwadi evela ku station commander sevalela endvumela ukuthi umsolo angavalelwa usuku olweqa olulodwa kule police station.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
That letter, my lord, was brought before the court, my lord, as the request, my lord, because it is a procedure, my lord, that if you want to keep a suspect, my lord, for further investigation at the police cells, my lord, there must be a letter, my lord, and the court will be the one, my lord, that will make a decision to say it is granted or not. If accused number 1 from day 1, my lord, he had a problem to be detained at the police station, my lord, he should have indicated, my lord, before the presiding officer to say, I'm being assaulted, I don't want to go there, from day 1, my lord.
Yebo leyo ncwadi yalethwa la enkantolo sayithole umsolo uma ukuthi wanenkinga lapho eyosho ukuthi unenkinga ukuthi uyahlala.
And the same, my lord, would have been done, my lord, by the presiding officer, my lord, to say the accused person must be taken to the correctional facility.
Yebo futhi yena wayengameleke leyo inkantolo wayengakwazi ukusho ukuthi umsolo akayiswe police station.
So are you in possession of that letter?
Nayo le ncwadi
It's, my lord, it's attached on the charge sheet.
ikhona lapho ku-charge sheet.
My lord, I see it's 11 o'clock, may you adjourn for tea?
Okay. Okay, 1:30 then.
manje ubhala konke ukuthi awufanele uyephi nakuphi.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo unjalo.
So, my lord,
Yeah.
I had a discussion with my colleague that he didn't make the copies for the logbooks, but we will have the opportunity to go through them to see if there are things that are in dispute.
Logbooks. The logbook or logbooks?
Logbook. It's a logbook. It's a logbook, man.
One logbook. Okay, fine.
During lunchtime, then we'll have the
Yeah, okay.
opportunity to go
Logbook.
through it.
Right. Should be discussed.
Let's quickly get into the evidence of accused number 2.
Sikibheka ke ufazi kwamsolo wesibili.
Accused number 2, you were not present when he was arrested on the 16th.
Wawungekho umsolo wesibili eboshwe mhla 16.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo unjalo.
My instruction is that you communicated with him prior to his arrest to dispute them.
Uyaphika yini ukuthi kuthiwa wakhuluma naye engakaboshwa?
I can put my head on a block, my lord. I did not. I deny it.
Yabo ngingabeka ikhanda lami ukuthi linqunywe ngenkemba ngoba lokho ngiyaphika.
The contents of which is that initially you promise him employment, secondly you inform him that he was linked with the case of Senzo Meyiwa.
Sokuqala ke wamtshela ukuthi ungamnika umsebenzi futhi okwesibili wasemtshela ukuthi uyathinteka ekubulaweni kaSenzo Meyiwa.
My lord, that is not the truth. I did not call him my lord.
Akulona iqiniso lela ngizange ngimthini.
Sorry, my lord.
Sorry, what type of work was he promised?
It was never specified.
I see. Okay.
So wayethenjiswe inhlobo nemsebenzi ukuthi hayi kuzange kushiwo.
But the answer to accused number 2 was that he is employed.
Athi umpendulo wamsolo wesibili wathi yena una umsebenzi.
My lord, that is a lie, my lord. I had no reason, my lord, to call accused number 2, my lord, or even ask him about, my lord, such a case, my lord. If, my lord, I wanted to ask him, my lord, I was going to approach him, my lord, and ask him, not over the phone. It has never happened, my lord, in my career that I will call a suspect, my lord, and question him over the phone.
Cha ngizange ngimthinte ngaloko and futhi ke emsebenzini wami angikwenzi lokho.
On the 17th, that was the first day you saw accused number.
Mhla 17 ngokuqala umbona.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo unjalo.
At the boardroom.
That's
At the
correct.
boardroom in Pretoria North, sorry.
Umbona eboardroom yasePretoria North.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
So if Mr. Mkhani told the court that you were not present at the boardroom, he was not telling the truth.
Umhanethi wawungekho.
That is not correct. No, it's a
He pertinently said she was there. Check your notes, sir.
I'll check my notes. Yeah.
Mr. Nisi, how do you recall the evidence?
My friend did even put it to Sergeant Mokhane that Brigadier Bininda was present, and he said only this week Sergeant Mukona was present. We quickly check in the relevant portion on the report.
Yeah, okay.
And my learned friends have got the record as well.
May I withdraw, Mama? May I withdraw the question? So, in the boardroom, you also participated in the interrogation of accused number 2.
Lapha ke boardroom wawukhona isikhathi futhi wasiza ekubuzeni umsolwa imibuzo.
That's not the truth, my lord. I did not participate, my lord, because when I arrived, my lord, they told me that, my lord, they were done questioning him, my lord, and he gave an alibi.
Athi ngizange ngibuze ngikwenze lo ngoba ngathi ngifika mina bangitshela ukuthi hayi bese beqedile umbuza imibuzo wasesho ke ukuthi kukhona angakuletha njengento elethe isiqiniseko sokuthi wayelapha ngalelo langa.
So, Brigadier Kininda was not present.
Ubrigadier Kininda wayengekho.
He was not present, my lord.
Wayengekho.
But accused number 2 says Brigadier Kininda was also present.
Umsolwa wesibili uthi Brigadier Kininda naye wayekhona.
He is lying, my lord.
Qamba manga.
Then, during your presence, was there a stage where accused was taking photos?
Ngesikhathi ke ukhona lapho umsolwa wathatha yini ithombe?
No, my lord.
Cha, azange thatha ithombe.
Was there any inquiry about the the tattoos that were in his body?
Come again?
Was there any inquiry or questions arising from the tattoos that were in the accused two's body?
Wabuzwa yini ngamathathu ala emzimbeni wakhe?
My lord, as I said, when the questioning, my lord, took place, I was not there, my lord. So in my presence, my lord, I did not witness any questioning, my lord. Therefore, I'm not in the position, my lord, to say the questions of the tattoos were asked or not. Because when I arrived, they were already done.
Kwazi uPaula ngaloko ngoba ngithi mase ngifika mina fike sebeqedile ukubuzana imibuzo.
What was the next time you saw accused number 2?
Wambona nini ke
After the
ngesikhathi
17th.
silandela umsolwa wesibili?
The following day, my lord, the 18th of June, my lord, at Carltonville,
Ngambona ngelanga elilandelayo ngomhla 18 June endaweni eseCarltonville.
where he said, my lord, he used to work.
Lapho athi wayesebenza khona.
So on the 18th, was it the last day, first and the last time you saw accused number 2? Specifically on the 18th.
Mhla 18 kwaku isikhathi kwesibili nokugcina ubona umsolwa wesibili.
My lord, I saw him again on the 19th.
Ngambona futhi mhla 19.
Now I was referring to the 18th time frame.
Mhla 18.
You saw him at Carltonville. After that, on the 18th, you did not meet accused number 2.
Futhi mhla 18 ke wagcina umbone eCarltonville azange uphinde umbone futhi ngalolo suku mhla 18.
No, my lord, I did not see him.
Cha ngizange ngimbone.
All right. On that particular day, who was driving, or were you driving a motor vehicle on that day?
Washayela imoto ngalelo langa.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo unjalo.
What car was it?
Hlobo nemoto.
It was a Golf 7, my lord.
Golf 7.
What color was it?
Umbala
White color, my lord.
emhlophe.
Do you remember the registration numbers?
Sayikhumbula inamba yale moto.
No, my lord.
Angisayikhumbuli.
How long have you been driving that motor?
Onesikhathi singanani ushayela leyo moto?
Just after, my lord, we had an accident, my lord, coming from Msinga. I think it was just after the 4th of June.
Emva kamhla 4 kaJune saba nengozi yemoto siphuma eMsinga.
So in Carltonville, you were driving this Golf 7.
eCarltonville wasashayela nale moto.
That's correct, my lord. A
Yep.
white Golf.
Yebo kwakuyigolf emhlophe.
According to the logbook, will it reflect the registration numbers?
Logbook niyabhala i-registration yemoto.
Only, my lord, the SAP number, my lord.
Bhale SAP number pen.
However, my lord, on the statement given about the AVL, my lord, the car is also included, so the registration will be there, my lord.
Lapha ku-AVL report iyavela inombolo yemoto futhi nakhona.
So it's also fitted with the tracking device.
Ine-tracker leyo moto futhi.
We can refer, my lord, to the AVL report.
Singabheka lapha ku-AVL report.
Okay, this is the second time, the 18th, the 17th. The third time is the 19th of June.
Ogcina ke kumhla 19.
The third time is, my lord, the 19th of June.
Yebo, kwakumhla 19 uJune.
Whereabout?
No.
Whereabout? On the 19th, where you met accused number 2.
Wambona phi umsolwa wesibili ngomhla 19 uJune?
Kukeng police station, my lord.
Kwakusephukeni police station.
We never met accused number 2 in Soweto.
Awukazibona umsolwa wesibili eSoweto?
No, my lord.
Cha ngikaze ngibona.
On the 19th, you were still driving the same vehicle.
Mhla 19 wasashayela yona leyo moto.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
On the 18th, were you traveling alone?
Mhla 18 wahamba wedwa.
I was with Brigadier Keninda, my lord.
Ngahamba noBrigadier Kininda.
That's all. Was
Wena
it only
That's correct, my
the
lord.
passenger?
yebo
was
uyena
driving?
kuphela wayekhona.
I was the driver, my lord.
Mina ngishayela.
On the 19th, you said you were still driving the same motor vehicle.
Mhla 19 wasashayela yona leyo moto.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Were you with Mr. Kinin, Brigadier Kininda?
Wawusenombrigadier Kininda.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Okay. Let's get on the date of the 18th.
Asembeke sobheka ilanga lamhla 18.
Accused number 2 said you were present with Kininda and another male who was wearing braces
Listen,
at Albertine.
umsolwa etwe?
At Albertine.
Uthi umsolwa wesibili wawukhona noGininda ubrigadier neyindoda egqoke ama-crossband endaweni yase-Albert.
My lord, I was never in Albertine, my lord, on the 18th.
Cha angikaze ngise-Albertine ngomhla 18 kaJune.
Therefore, my lord, it is a lie.
Ngalokho-ke hayi lokho akulona iqiniso.
All right. When we saw you, it was at the time when he was assaulted, tortured, and choked.
Yilapho wabona isikhathi-ke eshawa-ke ehlukunyezwa futhi efakwa neshuba.
My lord, it is a lie.
Cha amanga lawo.
By Jonathan Mapena, Buthelezi,
Uthi washawa uJonathan uMabhena noButhelezi.
My lord, it is a lie, my lord. I deny it, my lord. It never took place. It is 1,000 times and million times lie, my lord.
Amanga lawo azange kwenzeke kaningi amanga lawo.
Okay. I will demonstrate this by asking you this question. The reliability of your evidence to say accused number 2 is telling lies will be drawn from the evidence given by Mr. Mukhani.
sizoqhathanisa ubufazi bakho nobufazi kwam obukhana ubona ukuthi bukho beyiqinile.
When Mr. Mohane was cross-examined, Mohane, not alone, Mohane, Jonathan, Buthelezi, and Maphumulo, when they were asked, or when they were informed about the version of accused number 2, that there was an incident that took place near engine garage, all of them they denied and said accused number 2 was lying.
Umukhana Jonathan Buthelezi noMaphumulo ma ibuzwa ngendawo yaseAlberton baphika.
They denied, firstly, to be within that vicinity.
Baphika ukuthi babe kuleyo ndawo.
Secondly, they denied having assaulted accused number.
Baphika futhi nokuthi bamshaya umsoro speed.
Do you understand?
Ngiyakuzwisisa lo.
I hear you, my lord.
Ngiyakuzwa.
When the evidence of the AVL was led, it transpired, according to the recordings, that the Toyota Fortuner on the 18th of June was near an engine garage. Sorry, may I rephrase it? I understand. Was near that street, what is it? Near Gray Avenue. Gray Avenue.
Toyota Fortuner ingase Gray Avenue mabebuso.
As a conclusion, that proposition is not correct. Initially, this proposition was put to Mohane as the assault having occurred on the 19th, not on the 18th.
When was the assault, Mr. Mgomezulu?
My Lord, hence I appreciate what my learned colleague is saying.
Yeah, I remember I kept on saying, was it on the 19th? And he said, no, I want to start my cross-examination on the 18th.
On the
Remember?
18th, that's correct, my Lord. My cross-examination and the version of accused number 2 started on the 18th.
So the assault was on which date? The 18th
On
or
the
the 19th?
18th and the 19th.
Okay.
Yes. I wanted to clarify the record because
So the assault was on the 18th?
on the 18th,
When? In the evening, in the morning, in the
In the
afternoon?
evening.
In the evening, right.
yes,
And on the
next to engine
19th?
garage, my Lord.
Oh, on the evening, at the engine garage.
Yes, my Lord. It's on an open area next to the garage.
Open area next to the garage.
Correct, my Lord.
And then on the 19th,
On the 19th, it was at Orlando.
at Orlando.
Yes, next to,
The Orlando I know.
yes,
Orlando East.
that's correct, man. Next to the power park, as also reflects on the AVL.
You said dumping site, you remember?
Dumping site, that's correct.
Now you're saying power park.
The AVL reflects power
No, no,
park.
your instructions. Was it at a dumping site or a
Dumping
power
site,
park?
dumping site. According
Okay.
to my version,
Fine.
it's dumping site.
site, okay.
There are 2 dumping sites, my lord, for clarity. One
You
in
put power,
Albertine.
you put the other story of poles and blah, blah, blah.
That's correct.
In Albertine.
In Albertine.
When was it that? On the 18th?
On the 18th.
On the 18th.
On the 18th.
Okay.
Sola ukuthi washaya ngomhla 18 tuzose engine garage endaweni evulekile nje tuzose garage. Uthi lokho kwenzeka kusihla mhla ka18. Futhi waphinde washaya ngomhla 19 eOrlando East eduze kwala kulashwa khona uDoti.
The version of accused number 2 in relation to the initial assault, you were not present.
Thiwa kumaqalo eshaya umsolo wena wawungekho.
Now, is that on the 18th? or
On the 18th.
On the 18th.
The first time.
She was not there.
She was not there.
Okay.
So wawungekho mhla 18 eshaya eqala ukushaya
My
umsolo.
lord, I need to be clear because now it sounds ambiguous. On the 18th, when the first time this assaulted accused number, in that evening, she was not present.
Okay.
Later on, in the same evening,
On the 19th.
no, on the same 18th of June, that's when the witness and Brigadier Deninda arrived.
Okay.
That's correct. That's what I want to clarify.
Ke qala ukushaya umsolo mhla 18 nani ngekho ke kodwa ke kusaqhutshekwa ke ngalo lolo siko ila wafika khona uhamba no Brigadier Gininda.
I want to clarify the reliability of your answers when you say that is a blatant lie.
Ngifuna ukuzama ukuchaza ke ukuthi izimpendulo zakho ziyaphatheka yini umuthi ke amanga lawo.
The version of the answers of Mr. Mohan, particularly at when he was driving near Mali and Collins.
Sergeant uthi ke uSergeant Mokhane ethi ehamba eduze kweMali neCollins
Was confirmed after he was led with the evidence of the AVL. But initially, he denied having been next to an engine garage.
waqala waphika ukuthi yena wayeseduze kwe-engine garage kodwa uma sekubhekwa i-AVL wavuka.
As a court, please, my lord. And we don't want to belabor this point. The initial version of Sergeant Mukhale was that on the 19th of June 2020, he was en route to Moroga police station. Then it was put to him that there were these multiple stops starting at the place near the engine garage, then the steel place, then at Sani Baragwana, then at Orlando. But now, later on, this version was then, and we don't want to use the word adapted, but it was said that the assault, the initial assault occurred on the 18th of June 2020. We submit now that it would be unfair to expect of this witness to comment on two versions that were put to session.
My lord, in replication, firstly, I would like to address the court in relation to the aspect of the 18, which I submit that it was deliberately omitted by the state. By the state, by not leading the evidence of the AVL as from the 18th. It was deliberately made. I'll make it an argument relating to that.
Is that your submission later?
Later, my lord.
But now this witness, how does she come into the evidence of Mokhano?
When, my lord, I'm dealing with the reliability of the...
Yeah, but she says she was in the company of Gininda.
I want to put her into the same position as Mokhane when he initially denied that he was ever at or near an engine garage when it was put initially to Mr. Mokhane. He denied. That was further denied by Jonathan, Buthelezi and Mapumu. They denied that. They even said accused was lying. But now when the state introduced the AVL, as I said, it was deliberately omitted. That's when he confirmed having taken accused number 2 next to a garage, and that's when he also confirmed, because they initially denied that Jonathan joined them and Buthelezi joined them. Later on the introduction of the AVL, he then conceded. Hence, I'm laboring on the reliability of a witness. It's easy for a witness to say the accused is lying.
Okay, fine, you can continue.
Yes. So, accused number 2 Oh, sorry, Mr. Mohane initially denied, including Jonathan Buteles and Mapumulo, having joined Mr. Mohane near a garage.
uButhelezi noma no Jonathan baqale baphi ukuthi bahlangana no Mohane egarage.
I know you were not part of that. I'm just narrating what happened on the 18th, which will eventually lead to your presence at next to a dumping site.
Ngiyazi ukuthi lapho ke kuholela ekutheni ukuthi chaza ukuthi wena wafika kanjani ukuthi ugcine utholakale ungasedumping site.
The evidence that has been confirmed by Mr. Mohane,
Manje ulufakazi obuqinisekiswe ubaba Mohane.
I will submit later that it is not a reliable evidence.
Shoka emuva wesikhathi ngichaza ukuthi akubona ubufakazi obuqotho lo.
Which was subsequently considered and admitted by him to confirm the version of accused number.
Ngoba wagcina phela sekuyena ke ovumelana nobufakazi bukaMsolo wesibili.
Let me move. Sorry, do you want to say something on that?
Khona ukufuna ukuphawula ngalo.
My lord, I still deny, my lord.
Hayi ngisaphika namanje.
Let's move on. Okay.
Qhubeka.
Accused number 2, according to him, when they stopped at the engine garage or next to the engine garage, he was taken out of that motor vehicle
Uthi Msolo wesibili umase wefika lapha eduze kwegarage wakhishwa ke emotweni.
and placed or put in the motor vehicle that was driven by Jonathan.
Wafakwa emotweni eshayelwa uJonathan.
That was denied.
Kwaphikwa lo.
To still follow.
Uyakulandela lo.
I'm following, my lord, but on my side, I still deny.
Yebo ngiyakulandela lo kusho kodwa ke kwelami icala ngiyaphika.
And you denied something that you were not present when this thing happened.
Ungaphika into yenze kungekho.
My lord, you are saying you want, just because Mohane said certain things, my lord, so and you want to put to take Mohane's version, and you want to draw my conclusion from Mohane's version, my lord.
Funa uthatha lo kusho umkhani bese ke nje wenza uthathe inqumo ngalo engishoyo mina.
Because you are saying because Mohane lied, I am also lying.
Manje
That's why I'm saying I still
umkhani
deny
uqamba
that.
nami uthe igama manje yikho ngithi ngisakuphika namanje.
You mean, can I address you?
Qhubeka ngibuze.
I want to demonstrate to this honorable court that the witnesses that I've already mentioned are not reliable witnesses.
No ngizama ukuchazela ukuthi labo fakazi labo engitshele ngabo ababe ufakazi abangathembekile.
And through my cross-examination, I will demonstrate also that you are not a reliable
And
witness.
ukuthi ngibuze imibuzo ngizovele ngikuveze lokho ucacise kube sobala ukuthi nawe awuyena ufakazi owethembekayo.
It is very much easy for you when you are ascending that witness box to say accused is lying.
Kulula kwena ukuthi uthi umsolo uqamba mama.
Can you proceed now?
Singaqhubeka.
You may proceed, my lord.
Singaqhubeka.
After accused was taken to another motor vehicle that was
Ukuthi umsolo wathatha wafakwa kwenye imoto.
driven by Jonathan,
Imoto eshayelwa uJonathan.
he was assaulted by Mabena,
Washaywa uMabhena.
who was seated on the left side at the rear.
Wayehleli ngemuva ngakwesokunxele.
The door of the right rear was opened and Mr. Butelezi standing next to accused.
Ubuthelezi kwayemele la kulomnyango wawuvuliwe wangemuva.
You still deny that?
Yaphika la.
You are telling me.
No, ma'am, can you please be in a courtroom? I'm saying, do you still deny that?
Wathi yaphika
You
yini
may
lo.
say, I don't want to comment, or
Ungasho ukuthi hayi angifuni ukuphawula.
I don't want to comment, my lord, because I did not witness that.
Hayi ngizange ngibone lokho angifuni ukuphawula ngalokho.
Jonathan was also in the same motor vehicle, seated on his knees.
So Jonathan wayekhona kuyo lena le moto
He knelt on the right seat and pushed the back seat towards accused number 2.
wayeguqe esitulweni sephusha isitulo ukuthi siye kumsola wesibili
to press him hard.
ukuthi imcindezele kabuhlungu.
That's when the torturing, tubing,
Ngelesi sikhathi ke ukuhlukumeza ukufaka ishubhu kwenzeka.
yes.
My lord, I was not there, my lord. Therefore, I cannot comment.
Mina ngangingekho lapho ngikwazi ukuphawula lutho ngalokho.
Yes, the plastic was used bearing the name Truworths.
So
That was
iplastic
put
enegama laka Truworths iyasetshenziswa iyafakwa ekhanda lakhe
to cover his head, and he was forced to tell the truth
ngoba
about the
ke
death of
ngaleyo
Senzo.
ndlela babezama umphoqa ukuthi akhulume iqiniso.
My lord, no comment because I was not there.
Angeke ngikwazi ukuphawula ngoba ngangingekho lapho.
Soon thereafter, they drove to a place where accused number 2 saw it next in a dumping area.
Njengoba kwaloko basuka bahamba baye kule ndawo umsolo ayibona ukuthi indawo la kulahlwa khona udoti
where he was further assaulted, choked, and electrocuted.
lapho kaqhubeka khona ukuthi ashawe ahlukunyezwe aphinde kabanjiswe ngogesi.
I cannot comment, my lord, because I did not witness that.
Angikwazi ukuthi ngiphawule ngoba angizange ngibone lokho.
That's when we come to a picture.
Ilapho ke kuthiwa wena ke uyangena kulesi sithombe.
Arrived with Dininda and that gentleman with braces.
Kuthiwa wafika lapho noGininda wahamba nale ndoda egqoka amafisibani.
My lord, I still say, my lord, without any doubt that I was not there, my lord, and that is a lie.
Ngisakhulu ukuqhubeka ngokusho ngingangabazi ukuthi ngangingekho lapho.
When Dininda, after having had a meeting with Jonathan, Mabena, Mohani,
Emva kokuthi uGininda abe nomhlangano noJonathan noMabhena noMkhana
oh sorry, prior to that,
kodwa
Mohani
ngaphambi kwalokho
was heard by accused saying, "Yegelani demand."
uMkhana wazwa umsolo ethi yekelani le ndoda.
My lord, that is not the truth, my lord. This is a lie, my lord. I was never at that place, my lord, and I did not witness accused number 1, my lord, being assaulted.
Akulona iqiniso angingekho lapho angizange ngibone umsolo eshaya.
All right. Let's move on. Accused number 2 will tell the court that after that meeting, the plastic was removed, and immediately thereafter he was bleeding.
Thiyo
on his
plastic
nose.
lo wakhishwa maye lapho ke wayopha igazi.
My lord, I still deny, my lord. I did not witness that, my lord. I was never at that place, my lord.
Safika lo ngingekho lapho.
So shortly thereafter, everybody dispersed.
Ngoloko ke abantu basuka bahamba.
My lord, I still say, my lord, I was never at that place, my lord. I did not witness, my lord, an accused number 2 bleeding, my lord, or assaulted, my lord. I still stand and very firmly, my lord, that it did not take place, my lord.
Safika ngigcizelela ukuthi ngangingekho lapho futhi angizange ngimbone umsolo opha igazi namakhala so angivumi lokho ngiyaphika impela.
Then the evidence of accused number 2 relating to the incident of the 19th.
Manje kumsolo esibili ke khuluma ngomhla 19.
That's when he denies having met Rapadu in the morning of the 19th of June 2020.
Ilaphika khona ukuthi wahlangana noRapadu ngomhla 19 ekuseni.
The only time he recalls meeting Rapadu, Colonel Rapadu, was at Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital.
Uthi waqala ukubona uKenneth Rapadu esibhedlela saseChris Hani Baragwanath.
My Lord, I did not witness that, my Lord. I cannot confirm.
Angeke ngikwazi ukuletha isiqiniseko saloko ngoba angizange ngikubone lokho.
The significance of that evidence is that Mohane Mabena, driving with accused, went to fetch Colonel Rapadu at Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital.
Umuhani nomabheka bathi bahamba bayolanda uKenneth Rapadu eChris Hani Baragwanath.
I was not there, my Lord.
Thank you,
Therefore,
dear.
I cannot comment.
Angikwazi impela nje uphawula.
Then they traveled with accused number 2, including in the presence. He was a passenger in that Fortune.
Bahamba nomsolo wesibili yena ke wayumgibeli nje kuleyo Fortune.
I refer to Kenneth Rapadu. He was also, there were 4 in the motor.
Babebane ngoba kwakhona noKenneth Rapadu emotweni.
No comment, my Lord. I was not there.
Angeke ngiphawule ngangingekho.
They then drove accused number 2 for him to make a conclusion that it was Orlando. He saw the boat at the gate next to a dumping area and said, we arrived at Orlando, next to a dumping site where there are ATMs that were no longer in use.
Umsolo wesibili wathi befika lapho akazi ukubona ukuthi bangasendaweni yase-Orlando ngoba wabona ibhoni ngesikhathi bengena eduze kwe-dumping site la khona kubona imishini imishini le ekhipha imali yasemabhangi kodwa-ke imishini lena engasasebenzi.
No comment, my Lord. I did not witness that.
Akukho engaphawula angizange ngibone lokho.
He was further choked the way he was assaulted.
Waphinda afake ishophu waphinda washaya.
Until up to the time when you yourself, Kininda, and that man with the braces arrived in a white BMW.
Athi wafike lapho-ke sefika wena uhamba noGininda uhamba nale ndoda egqoka ama-Crispana ihamba nge-BMW emhlophe.
My Lord, that is a lie.
Lokho amanga.
Upon your arrival, in a plural form, upon your arrival,
Mase nifikile-ke nina nibaningi.
you, Kininda, and that man, Kininda opened the boot of the white BM and sat on the boot.
Kuthiwa-ke uGininda wavula ibhuthi ye-BMW wahlala phezu kwayo.
My Lord, that is a lie.
Amanga lawo.
Furthermore, he took documents and gave them to Rapad.
Wakhipha amaphepha athize wanika uRapadu.
My Lord, it is a lie.
Amanga lawo.
Then he told accused number 2 that if you do not sign, the process will continue.
Watshela umsolo wesibili ukuthi uma ungasayindi lapha hayi kuzoqhutsheka.
My Lord, it is a lie.
Amanga lawo.
Then accused number 2, that's when he appended his signature on the document.
Athi lapho-ke umsolo wesibili asayinda khona kuleyo lelo phepha lelo.
My Lord, I still repeat, those, my Lord, are lies.
Saqhubeka ngisho ukuthi amanga lawo.
A thumbprint, all the pages were not thumbprinted. As a result, they had to go to Morocco, where finally the thumbprint were done in all the pages of the of those documents.
Kufakwe konke amaphepha iminwe yikho ke na elo eMorocco.
My lord, that is a lie.
Amanga la
All right. Did you see accused number 2 on the 22nd, on the 20th of June?
mhla 22 June nambona umsalo wesibili
22nd.
20th of
mhla
June.
20
20th.
Yes. 20 June 2020.
My lord, we went to Phuket on the 19th,
sayephuke ngomhla 19
and we came back, my lord, on the following day, early hours. So,
sabuya
The
ngela
20th, my
ngelandelayo ngentathakusa
so yes, my lord. On the 20th, my lord, I was still with him.
kusho ukuthi ngomhla 20 ngangisenayo.
I want to take you back to the evidence of accused number 1. You said you took accused number 1 to court in Tembisa on the 19th.
Umsalo uqale uthi nami isayethembisa khona umhla 19.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
So I believe that was 12:35, if I'm not mistaken.
Ngazi ngathi athi 12:35 mangiyalenza iphutha.
Oh, during the day. Let's just put it
Asithi
during the
nje
day.
emini.
I picked him up, my lord, in the morning.
Ngahamba emthatha ekseni.
The evening of the 19th, where were you specifically?
Ngolaphi ke kusihlo ngomhla 19.
The evening of the 19th, my lord, I was on my way to Phuket police station.
Ngaleso sikhathi ngangisendleleni ngilibangise ePhukeng police station.
Sorry, can you maybe estimate as to what time were you traveling to Booking? What time on the 19th?
Ngothi awu mhlawumbe
In the
ubekise
evening.
ukuthi na wahamba ngasasini kuye ePhukeng.
Around 7, 8, my lord.
Ngokhathi zo 7 no 8.
So, as you were traveling to Booking,
Njengoba usendleleni kuye ePhukeng.
you were traveling from, was it from Soweto or from Tembisa?
Wasuka bosuke ePhethembisa noma suke Soweto.
From Eratin, my lord.
I was from ngisuka eEraton.
Eraton is next to Soweto.
eEraton seduze seSoweto.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
All right. On the, before you left to Booking,
Ngasuke kuye ePhukeng.
where was the escort, Jonathan, Buteles, and the rest?
Manje ke babephike laba bebeniphelezela uJonathan noButhelezi nalaba abanye.
My lord, I left Eratin, my lord, with Brigadier Kininda.
Ngasuka mina eEraton ngihamba noBrigadier Kinini.
And he told me that Mukhane and Mabena, they are already on the way to Booking.
Wangitshela nje ukuthi uMkhani noMabhemba besebesendleleni eya ePhukeng.
I did not see Jonathan and others.
Angizange ngibone uJonathan nalaba abanye.
So on the 19th, the whole day of 19th, you did not see Jonathan, Buteles, Mapumulo,
Kusho ukuthi ngomhla 19 azange ngibone uJonathan noButhelezi noMaphumulo
Mkhane, and Mabena.
noMakhane noMabhemba.
My lord, I saw Mukhane and Mabena. I did not see Jonathan. and
Ngabona
others.
uMkhane noMabhemba ngizange ngibone uJonathan.
Now, on your way to Booking, there was no escort.
Endleleni kuya ePhukeng kwabengekho abaniphelezelayo.
No, my lord.
Cha.
According to the information, was Mukhane and Mabena escorted? Were they escorted on that evening?
Ngolwazi lwakho uMkhane noMabhemba bona baphelezela.
My lord, when we arrived at Booking, my lord, it was only Mabena, Mukhane, and accused number 2. So there was no escort, my lord.
Masisephukeng kwakuwuMkhane noMabhemba nomsolo sibili babengekho ababephelezela.
Coming from Johannesburg The only thing, my lord, that the brigadier did, my lord, when we arrived was to arrange an escort, my lord, to go to the where accused number 2 was residing.
Masikhona lapho sikwafika ke ubrigadier watela ukuthi sibe nabazosiphelezela ukuyisiyisa la ehlala khona umsomo.
So, upon your arrival at Bukeng, after the arrangements were made by Gininda, now you are proceeding to the room or the house of accused number 2. Where was he at the time when you approached his place of?
Accused number 2 was. He was there with us, my lord.
So resifike nathi ngesikhathi siya la ehlala khona.
Was he not inside? Was he not left in one of the vehicles?
Azange ashiwe kwenye imoto.
My lord, we left from Bukeng police station,
Sasuka lapha ePhukeng police station.
going to his place of residence.
Siya la ehlala khona.
When we got out of the vehicle, my lord,
Masiphuma ke emotweni.
he also got out of the vehicle
Waphuma emotweni.
and, my lord, led us to his room.
Wayesesiholela ke la ehlala khona.
So he was there, my lord.
Usho ukuthi ke wayekhona.
I just want to knowledge in relation to when immediately after you arrested someone with an intention to book him in or to detain the person in the police cells. Is it correct that you take everything that is in possession of the particular suspect?
Umuntu uma ezofaka amaseleni kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngithathela konke akuphethe.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjani?
Do you normally search him?
Ngiyamsesha.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
So, in relation to your practical experience or practical work that you did to accuse number 1, precisely number 1, when you booked him in at Valeria, was he searched?
Mase ngizomfaka eValeria umsola uqala. Wasesha.
My lord, I was not there when he was booked in.
Ngangingekho ngesikhathi efakwa.
Okay. And you were also not there when accused number 2 was booked in after his arrest on the 16th.
Emva kokuthi aboshwe ngomhla 16 accused number 2.
Yes. I'm now on number 2.
Sesikumsolo esibili ke ongekho ke nje ezoboshwa umsolo esibili. Izofakwa ngaphakathi.
No, I was not there, my lord.
Ngangingekho.
All right. So tell me about the way in which you entered the room of accused number 2. How did you gain entry?
Manje mase uzongena ke la kushala khona umsolo esibili. Nakwazi kanjani ukungena ngaphandle?
My lord, accused number 2 was in possession, my lord, of his key.
Umsolo esibili wena phethe key bakhe.
So those keys were not kept in the SAP 22.
Lowo key ke babengakhi bekiwe ku SAP 22.
My lord, as I said, I was not there when he was booked in.
Njengoba sengishilo ukuthi ngangingekho ngesikhathi ezovaleka.
However, I know, my lord, that when a suspect is booked into the cells,
Kodwa ikhona engikwaziyo ukuthi umuntu mezovalelwa ngaphakathi kwamasela.
my lord, his items, my lord, will be recorded.
Konke kuphethe kuyabhalwa.
It will depend, my lord, what will actually be recorded.
Ya kuzobhekwa ukuthi mhlambe kuphi ke kuzobhalwa.
Like, my lord, if, my lord, there are shoelaces or things that, my lord, are not of value, my lord, will just be kept there in the cells but not recorded in the SAP 22.
Uma kukhona intambo zesicathulo nezinto nje ezinye namsebenzi omkhulu zizobhekwa lapho kodwa ngezibhalo.
And, my lord, if the suspect had to leave or to be booked out, my lord,
Umsola ngisezokhishwa lapho.
and, my lord, if you want to take whatever, lord, that he will need,
Uma kukhona azokudinga
he can, my lord, take whatever that you want and go out or booked out with those items, my lord.
Uyakwazi ukuthetha lokho akufunayo akhishwe na.
When
So-
he is back, my lord, he
So
can
when-
also, my lord, book in the things, my lord, which he has in his possession.
Bese buye niphethe lezi zinto ufaka nalezi zinto abeziphethe.
So the booking in and the out of the items, is it also recorded?
Manje ukhishwa nokufaka kwezinto nawo kuyabhalwa phansi.
It is recorded, my lord, but I know that, my lord. For instance, the shoelaces, my lord, will not be recorded.
Yazi ukuthi yebo kuyabhalwa kodwa khona izinto ezingabhalwa asithathe nje njengey'ntambo zesicathulo.
Okay, let's just get to the keys. The keys were not supposed to be recorded according to your evidence.
Manje okay-ke bakungaphoqeleki ukuthi babhalwe phansi njengokusho-ke ebufakazini bakho.
Or do you regard them as one of those items that are not does not have value?
Manje mhlawumbe uthatha ngokuthi okunye kwezinto ezingenamsebenzi.
My lord, it will also depend with the person, my lord, who's writing down, my lord, the SAP 22, my lord. If he decides that he does not want to record the shoelaces or the keys, my lord, he will definitely do that, my lord.
Kuya ngokuthi umuntu ubona kanjani lo muntu obhalayo mhlawumbe uyathanda ukubhala lo mhlawumbe akathanda ukubhala so kuya ngokuthi yena ubona kanjani.
And
So-
if the suspect was, my lord, to leave the holding cells, my lord, he will be the one, my lord, who will say, this is my shoelace, or maybe this is my key, and then he will take those keys or shoelaces.
Manje kuya ukuthi uma sekukhishwa-ke umsola uzosho ukuthi hayi nawe ushulesi iy'ntambo zecathulo noma ukhiye engikufunayo.
At this stage, my lord, I cannot confirm on accused number 2's side, my lord, because I was not there when he was booked in, my lord. I cannot tell if the keys were recorded or they were still kept, my lord, in his possession. I cannot tell.
Ngangingekho-ke lapho ngeke ngikwazi ukusho ukuthi ukhiye babe bhaliwe phansi noma kwathiwa mangangingekho impela.
But on the night of the 19th, accused number 2 was in possession of the keys. Do you dispute that?
Mhla 19 umsola wayephethe okhiye ngaphikisa lapho.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjani?
You don't dispute it.
Awuphikisi?
He was in possession of the keys, my lord.
Wayephethe okhiye.
It's my version, it's accused number 2's version that those keys were not used to open his house.
Njengoba-ke umsola wesibili uthi okhiye laba bazange besetshenziswe ukuthi kuvule indlu yakhe.
Those keys, when they came back from his room, he asked the officers as to how did you gain entry because I'm in possession of the keys.
Uthi-ke noma sebebuya-ke evumini labo kwababuza ukuthi ngingene kanjani evumini lami ngoba ngisabaphethe okhiye.
My lord, all I can remember is that Sergeant Mokhane asked him about the keys, my lord, and he said the keys are in his pocket.
Engikhumbulayo ukuthi uSergeant Mokhane wamcela okhiye wasethi okhiye basekhukhwini lami.
And Sergeant Mokhane, my lord, was the one who reached for the keys and opened.
uSergeant Mokhane uyena-ke owelula isandla wakhipha okhiye wayesevula.
That has been denied. That has been put to Sergeant Mkhano. The same vision that I'm putting to you. Accused number 2 says or will tell the court that he never gave anyone permission to enter his room.
So lesibili uzophika athi yena azange enike umuntu imvume yokuthi angene erumini lakhe egumini lakhe.
And the alleged ammunition, unlicensed ammunition, was not retrieved in his presence.
Futhi-ke nokuthi lezinhlamvu lezi azange zitholwe khona ebhekile.
And the results of which he was acquitted.
Futhi-ke nokuthi-ke nje wagcina selimuvunile icala kuloko.
My lord, all I can say is that the keys, my lord, were from his pocket, my lord, and Sergeant Mokhane, my lord, he is the one, my lord, who noticed, my lord, the ammunition, my lord, as he was searching for a hoodie, my lord.
uSenzo Mkhane uyena wakhipha okhiye and futhi ke uyena owakwazi ukubona lesa siqobo lesa.
And my lord, the reason that he was acquitted, my lord,
Into yenza ukuthi limvune
Can you
icala.
know, sorry, we don't have the records for the acquittal.
As a court,
The
this, my
status
lord,
of
can the witness be allowed to comment?
Yeah, why do you want to stop the witness, Mr. Gomezulu, after having put a version to him that the ammunition was not retrieved from accused number 2's room, and that is the reason why he was acquitted.
We don't have the
And
records.
now here's a witness who wants to counter that. You say, no, 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 no.
No.
Don't talk.
My lord, I'm not saying don't talk.
Oh, what are you saying?
I'm saying that should be in line with the records of the lower court to confirm what she's going to say.
But you don't know what she's going to say.
I can't presume that
Yes,
she's going
let
to
the-
say this.
Let the witness speak. Yes, you wanted to answer, ma'am.
yes, my lord. My lord, it was for the fact that Sergeant Mohane and Mabena went to fetch him on the 16th of June,
uSenzo Mkhane noMabhembe bahamba bemthatha ngomhla 16 uJune.
and when he was picked up, my lord, he was in that room. He was with his girlfriend,
Wathi leyolandwa ngaleyo langa wayehleli lapho nengcwayi yakhe.
and my lord, they went away with accused number 2.
Basuka la behamba lapho ngomsolo sibini.
And when on the 19th, my lord, when we came back and we retrieved the ammunition,
Mase sibuya lapho sothatha lezo nhlamvu.
my lord, the court found it, my lord. It was doubtful, my lord, to say there's actually a gap between the 16th, my lord, when he was picked up, and for the fact that there was someone, my lord, who was left in the house. Something could have happened. It does not really mean that it's because the rounds were not found, or maybe they were planted or whatsoever.
No, inhlamvu zona zatholakala. Kuthi ke nje kwakukhona nje isikhashana singaqondakali kahle ngoba wathi uma sebemkhiphile kokhona umuntu wayesele lapho. Manje ngangeke kwazi ukuthi sizothiwa inhlamvu lezo zazifakiwe noma
And
zazingafakwa.
my lord, I think, my lord, it is fair.
My lord, there's a hand up.
May I approach accused number 2? Yes, ma'am, I'm listening.
Yebo ngilale.
That was the only reason.
Go isona kuphela isizathu leso.
That is one of the reasons, my lord, that I can actually recall.
Esinye isizathu engisikhumbulayo.
Other reasons?
Khona ezinye izathu
I can't recall, my lord.
angikwazi ukukhumbula.
All right. When accused number 2 called me now, he gave me 4 reasons why he was acquitted.
Engibiza ke umsolo manje unginike izathu ezine ezikhombisayo ukuthi yini indaba akhuluma.
Firstly, is the reason that you just gave to the court.
Uqala ke ileso sizathu asilethe phambi kwenkantolo.
Do you understand? The second reason,
Esosibili
you had no warrant of search.
naningenayo iwarranti yokuthi ngani yosesha lapho.
The third reason,
Isithathu
you had no warrant of arrest.
naningenayo incwadi yokubopha.
The last reason,
Esine
the court asked you to bring the exhibits, the live rounds, but you did not bring them.
Manje ke inkantolo yacela ukuthi anikhombise phela lezo inhlamvu lezo nangakwazi ukuzikhipha.
My Lord, about the
Better lie.
rounds, my Lord, I don't know, but it can't be true, my Lord, because the exhibit was forwarded to FSL. If the actually Sergeant Mohane is the investigating officer, my Lord, but I would like to believe if the court needed those exhibits, my Lord, Sergeant Mohane, my Lord, was going to go to FSL, my Lord, and get those exhibits.
Inhlamvu lezo zafakwa ku-FSL lo Sergeant Mohane oyena owayephezulu lelo phepha ukuthi inkantolo yayidinga ukuthi zibone lezo ntambo ungakwazi ukuhamba ayozithatha e-FSL azilethe phambi kwenkantolo.
Sorry, what is SFSL so that we all understand?
You know FSL?
Forensic Science Laboratory, my Lord.
I-Forensic Science Laboratory,
Ballistic,
That's correct.
where they are normally would be stored.
That's correct, my Lord.
To see the relevance of the judgment.
Ngiyakubona ukuthi kuchaza ukuthini-ke isinqumo lesi sathathwa isahlulelo esakhishwa imanje.
My Lord, I hear what you are saying, but about the rounds, my Lord, it does not make sense.
Cha ngiyakuzwa ukushawa kodwa-ke mayelana nalezo zinhlamvu lezo cha kwamukeleki.
I think it's for the court to make a sense out of it.
Hayi inkantolo izothatha.
May I just, in wrapping up my conclusion, my cross-examination, my Lord,
Yes.
may I be permitted to consult with my...
Yes, yes.
Thank you, my Lord. The last part of our request is to see the logbooks.
The
The
logbooks.
logbook.
Do you have it, Mr. Banoi?
It's the witnesses for the logbooks.
She's got it.
Yes.
Okay, they say the witness has got the logbook.
All right. The last question, ma'am. During these days that you have testified about, were you also using a pocketbook?
Kulezi zinsuku-ke obufaza ngazo ophethe logbook,
Pocketbook.
i-pocket book.
I'm using a diary, my Lord.
Hayi ngisebenzisa idayari.
Sorry, you're using a diary.
That's correct, my Lord.
Yebo ngisebenzisa idayari.
All right, that is fine. My Lord, I think we should stand this matter down to peruse
Yeah, fine, no
the
problem.
logbook after 2. Okay? Until 2 o'clock. Because I think, maybe they want to cross-examine.
Oh, you want, in the meantime?
Maybe I might have some questions from the logbook. But I'm not sure if Mr. Messi can proceed.
Mr. Minister, they say you may want to proceed now.
I'm not so sure whether my colleague has read up his cross-examination. Definitely I do have.
He's the one who's saying that, not me.
I definitely do have a question or two to the witness.
Mr. Ngomalo.
Yes, my lord, thank you.
What, yes?
Is the court inviting me to cross-examine?
No. Mr. Mgomezulu is inviting you to cross-examine, not me. He says in the meantime, whilst he's perusing the logbook, you may want to cross-examine. Mr. Manye?
Yeah. My Lord, the court will be aware that I was not in court yesterday.
Oh, okay.
But I'm sure Advocate Inshallah.
Okay, fine. So we understand adjourn until 3, 2.
Until 2, ma'am.
Okay.
Please, the copies and quickly go through. My Lord, there's only one question, my Lord, before I proceed.
That's all, okay.
So, ma'am, on the 21st of June 2020, did you not visit case number 2 at Booking? You, Brigadier Dininda, and Mr. Mapene.
Ngomhla 21 June 2020 uzangumvashele nomsolwa wesibili ePhukeng uhamba noGininda noMabhene.
No, my lord.
Angizange.
Thank you, my Lord. Nothing.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Nisi.
Thank you, Mayor. In my cross-examination, actually it's not a cross-examination, just some clarifications here and there. Basically two questions. Basically 2 questions. It's going to be based exclusively on what you said, on your testimony in chief. Now, be rest assured, your resume, in other words, your work history will never feature in my clarification questions. I'm satisfied. And basically, I'm quite satisfied that in view of your resume, you are a well-experienced officer. Now, I've also noted that there are some contradictions between yourself here and there, between what you said and what Mr. Mohane said in respect of the rights that Mr. Mohane allegedly explained to Mr. Sibiya. That will not also feature in my clarifications.
Ngabona ukuthi khona nje ukwehlukana okuncane phakathi kwencazelo yamalungelo anikwe ubaba uSibiya kulokuchazela nalokuchazwe kwaMokhane.
The reason for that is pretty simple. There are other issues in law that are normally referred as de minimis curat non lex. In other words, there are contradictions that are material and immaterial. Do you follow me?
I'm following.
Thank you. Yeah. Now, I heard you say that after you had arrested Mr. Sibiya on the basis of the J50 warrant, that I will also not contest, you had an interview with him regarding those drug charges, and ultimately you also got an opportunity to talk to him about this present case. Not so?
Emva ukuthi ubaba uSibiya nge-J50 malana ke lo kubanedakamiswa nathola ke nethuba lokuthi ngiqoqe ngaleli cala.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjani?
Thank you, man. And I heard you very well when you said before you could engage him on this case, you kicked off by explaining his rights.
Yes, uthi ungakaqale umuntu umbuzo malana naleli cala waqala ngokuthi umchazele amalungelo akhe ngaphansi komthethosisekelo.
Is that what happened?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo yilokho okwenzeka.
Thank you. And as you proceeded with your testimony, you also made mention of the fact that each time you were engaging him about this case, you went on to remind him of his rights. So,
Musaqhubela phambili umbuza malana nalolu daba njalo nje ungakambuzi umbuzo awuqala ngokuthi umkhumbuze amalungelo akhe kunjalo.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
I did a cursory count of the number of times in which you explained his rights and the time at which you had this engagement with him. I think I've counted almost like 3, 4, 5 times. My counting was proper, and it's so.
Bengibala nje isikhathi shana ukuloku ukhuluma ngokuthi unika amalungelo ngibale nje kathathu noma kane akunjalo.
Plus minus, my lord.
Yes,
Yebo kungaba kunjalo.
exactly, that's what I'm saying. Thank you, ma'am. I take it that in view of the experience that you have as a police officer, that was not for the first time that you had an engagement with a suspect. In other words, it wasn't for the first time that you were interviewing a suspect, not so?
Ngicabanga ukuthi kwamngekona okokuqala ukukhulumisana nomsolwa lokhu sesiphoyiseni kanjalo.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Thank you. What is the purpose of appraising a suspect with the rights that you said you explained to accused number 1?
Yini into sokuthi uhlele umsolwa ngamalungelo njengoba ngotshela umsolwa uqala.
My lord, to make sure, my lord, that accused number 1 understand that, my lord, even though he is an arrested person, my lord, he's still, my lord, entitled to his rights, my lord, because everyone, my lord, is covered by a constitution, my lord, that the rights, my lord, of any person, my lord, must be protected. I did not want him to see himself as if, my lord, he's no longer counted, my lord, amongst the rights, my lord, provided by the constitution.
Bengenzela nje phela ukuthi ke ngimsize njengomuntu oboshiwe ukuthi azi ukuthi usenawo amalungelo acabanga ukuthi aselahliwe amalungelo akhe nokuthi usavikelwe amalungelo akhe.
Thank you. As I understand you, is that even before you begin to speak to him, you need to explain those rights, as you say, that are contained in the Constitution. Am I correct to understand that to mean that basically serves to regularize, in order to legitimize the process of interviewing him?
Angibuza mhlawumbe lo ukuthi lokulumtshela amalungelo lokhu kwenza kube ngathi kusemthethweni ukuthi uqhubeke lokumbuza imibuzo.
Yes, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
I'm not so sure if you understood my question. Did you understand my question before you say yes, my lord? Did you understand my question?
Uyizwisise kahle umbuzo.
If you don't understand it, say no, Mr. Mason. No. Can you please repeat yourself? I'm glad to.
My lord, you said that I wanted to make sure that he understand his rights, or to emphasize, my lord, in terms of him, my lord, understanding his rights.
Yeah, I could get from the answer that you just gave that probably you missed a thing or two from my question. My question basically is this: would I be correct to understand you that the reason why you would start off by, or you kick off by explaining a right to a suspect, those rights that you said are enshrined in the Constitution, In other words, is to legitimize the process of the interview that you're just about to have with him. In other words, to regularize it. Do you now understand it?
I understand, my lord.
Thank you.
Okay, sizwana ukuthi no lokhu umbuzelo ukuthi ke lokho kwenza ukuthi into enizoyibuza ozoyibuza kumsolwa kube into esesemthethweni.
Thank you. Now, in an event that such explanation of the rights does not happen, in your understanding as a member of the South African Police Services, and with the background that you have, what would be the effect of that non-explanation of his rights?
My lord, can you repeat the question?
I am saying, thank you. I am saying, in an event that with the rights that you said you'll explain to an accused person that is just about to interview, is not happening. In other words, when those rights have not been explained and you kick off by interviewing him without explaining his rights, what is the effect of that process of not explaining his rights?
My lord, that process, my lord, will be illegitimate, my lord.
Ngamusho ke uma kwenzeka ukuthi ke ungamchazeli umsola amalungelo akhe uchaza ukuthini uchaza ukuthi ke lokhu lento ezobe nikhuluma kuzobe kwenzekani ke ngayo ukuthi kuzobe kwenza ukuthi ingabi semthethweni.
Thank you. I'm noting the term that you're using, a legitimate. In other words, that will be unlawful. Not so?
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you.
Athi yebo kunjani.
Let's get to the very first time at which you explained the accused number one's rights. When I say accused number one, I mean it's B, isn't it? The very first time at which you explained his rights. Let us just try to recap. Where were you when you started to explain his rights?
Oqala ke uchazela umsolwa ngamalungelo akho nani la?
Let me qualify my question. In respect of this case, in respect of the case that we're busy with now.
Sikhuluma ngaleli cala leli esiphezu kwayo.
Yes. Where were you? Or where did that interview take place?
Nakhuluma nini la?
At Busumuzi Hostel, my lord, outside.
Sasevusumuzi hostel.
Thank you. Were you in a car? Were you seated in were you in a sittable situation? In other words, he was in a chair, there was a table in front of you, and then he started to just explain the circumstances under which those rights were explained.
Awuchaze ukuthi nani laphi ngesikhathi ke sanganisemotweni noma nahleli phansi noma ubona indawo lana nihleli khona uhleli esitulweni kunetafula phakathi kwakho naye awuchaze.
My lord, he was sitting in the car
Yes.
Wayehleli emotweni
and I was standing outside, my lord.
kami ngaphandle emoto.
After Lord coming back from making inquiries.
Emva ukuthi ke ngiyobuza le ngaphandle.
In other words, my lord, the window was open.
Ngizothi ke
So I-
ifasitela lavulekile.
I engaged with him, my lord, while I was outside and he was inside the car.
Ngakhuluma naye ngingaphandle yena ngaphakathi kwemoto.
Thank you. Just to complete the picture, let us recap those rights that you explained to him.
Ake siphinde ke sibheke namalungelo lo owamchazela wona.
The rights remain. Must I say it in Zulu? Because I said the right in Zulu.
I did not get
Ngitshela
that.
ngolukamthane ngitshela ngolukamthane.
I'm keen.
I said, my lord, you have a right to remain silent.
Ngathi ke unemvume ukuthi ungathula.
You have a right not to be compelled to make a confession or admission.
Ngathi nemvume ukuthi ungaphoqeleki ukuthi ulethe ube isona
which could be used as evidence against you.
ngoba lokho kungasetshenziswa ebufakazini obungalethwa kuphikisana nawo.
I said, my lord, you have a right to consult with a legal representative of your choice.
Asho ukuthi ke unemvume unelungelo ukuthi ungakhuluma nommeli oqokwe uwe.
And if you do not have one, the state can provide you with a legal representative at the expense of the state.
Masilethe uma ungenayo ummeli umbuso uzokunika ummeli ungakhokhela.
And I said to him, you have a right not to be compelled to give self-incriminating evidence.
Athi ke unelungelo ukuthi ke ungalethi ubufakazi obungakufaka ecaleni.
Which could be used as evidence against you.
Ngoba lokho kungasetshenziswa ke kuquleni kwecala lakho.
Thank you, ma'am. And as you were saying, you were explaining that to accuse him Zulu, not so. I take it he understood everything that you were explaining to him.
Njengoba ushilo ukuthi ngomkhuluma naye ngolokamthaniya ukuthi wakuzisa konke lokwakusho.
Yes, my lord, and he responded by saying, yebo, ngiyezwa.
Yebo wakuzisa konke ngoba wathi mephendula wathi yes, I understand.
Thank you, ma'am. Now you will understand, or let me put it this way. Am I correct to understand that when you explained those rights to him, you ultimately had to inquire from him, what is it that he elects to do after you had rendered that explanation to him, not so?
Anjalo ukuthi uma somnike amalungelo umchazelileke wake wasufaneleke umnike ithuba lokuthi akutshele ukuthi uqoke ukwenzani.
Is that not so?
That's correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjani.
Did you tell him that Mr. Sibia, now that I've already explained these rights to you, now you need to tell me, having indicated to me that you understand what I've told you, now you need to tell me, what is it that you choose to do? Did you bring that to his attention?
Wakusho yini kuyena wathi Sodoma njengoba sengichazelileke usuqo kwenzani. Ngamtshela into.
Yes, my lord.
Yebo ngamtshela.
At what point, man?
Wamtshela nini?
My lord, after giving him his rights,
Yes,
and then after he said he understood, my lord,
yes,
Uma umnika amalungelo akhe eseshilo nokuthi uzwisisa.
yes.
he started, my lord, to make certain admissions.
Waqala ke ukuba avume izinto ezithize.
And my lord,
I'm not saying narrate a story, ma'am. I'm not saying narrate a story. I'm aware of that technique. Don't narrate a story. Pertinent question is, at what point did you say to him, Mr. Sibia, now you have to tell me what your choice is?
Angifuni ke uphinde futhi.
This one, the witness is trying to give a sequence of events. It's not normal, just to give a context to the answer.
At what point, ma'am,
my
did you
lord,
explain, did you bring this to his attention that Mr. Sibia, now you've got to tell me what your choice is?
Manje wambuza nini ke ukuthi ke manje ke babusibiya njengoba sengichazelileke amalungelo usuqoka ukwenzani ke.
my lord, the council is actually blocking me because I was trying to, he's asking at which point. So I was trying to take it through so that you can understand at which point.
I'm not blocking you, ma'am. I'm only trying you
So that there's
to give a narrative. I'm not saying give a narrative.
Miss,
If I want
please,
you to
don't-
explain,
don't
I'll say
argue-
to you
don't argue
explain.
with
But
the
when I
witness.
say a point, can you please tell me it was at this point?
Now, Mr. Minister,
As it is
you
a
can't
court.
prescribe to the witness how to answer. Just give me a chance.
Thank you, my lord. You can narrate. It's fine.
Maqhubeke.
My lord, I gave him his rights.
Yes,
Ngamnika amalungelo akhe,
He said he understood.
wathi yezwa.
yes.
He started, my lord, to make admissions.
I'm sorry,
Wakhona
my
izinto
lord. I'm
ezamukelayo.
sorry. I'm sorry, my lord. Sometimes I'm missing this witness what he's saying. I'm thinking I may be too far from here because there's an echo that is here. So it distracts my hearing ability. I'm not so sure whether I could be given indulgence that just to come nearer. So that I can be very close to the witness as she speaks, then I'm able to capture everything that she's saying. Thank you, my lord, for the indulgence. Thank you, ma'am.
My lord, as I'm saying that,
Narrate.
my lord, gave him his rights,
Ngamnika amalungelo akhe,
and my lord, he said he understood,
wasethi uyezwisisa.
and my lord started to tell me, my lord, about his knowledge or involvement in this case.
Waseke yangitshela-ke ngolwazi lwakhe nokuthi yena uthinte kangakanani-ke kulolu daba.
I stopped him, my lord, as he continued,
Ngase ngiyamisa-ke salokhu eqhubeka.
and told him, my lord, that he, to reiterate, my lord, to say he is not compelled to make any admissions or confession, my lord,
Ngase ngiyamisa ngitshela ukuthi akaphoqelekile ukuthi amukele izinto ezithize.
and that, my lord, he can ask, my lord, or consult, my lord, his lawyer,
Ukuthi-ke angathintana nommeli wakhe.
or my lord, a lawyer can be provided, my lord, at the state expense,
Nokuthi-ke ummeli anganikwa yena kukhokha umbuso.
and my lord, he said, akawudingi ummeli, my lord, in Zulu,
And then he said in wasike ngesizulu, I do not need a lawyer.
in fact, my lord, in Zulu, he said, okwamanje angimdingi ummeli,
And wasethi-ke ngolukamthaniya, right now I do not need a lawyer.
that's why, my lord, I further asked him, why are you telling me this now?
Ngase ngiyambuza ukuthi yini indaba ungitshela lokhu manje.
He even asked me, what did I mean by that, my lord?
Ngase ngiyambuza ukuthi ngithaza ukuthini manje ngisho lokho.
And I told him, my lord, that you saw people were wrongfully arrested,
Ngithi wabona ukuthi khona abantu ababoshwa ngungekho
and the
emthethweni.
case, my lord, was still unsolved.
Ngiyazi futhi ukuthi khona leli cala leli alikakapheli.
Why didn't you come forward and tell the police that, like what you are telling me?
Ngathi yini indaba ungezanga wazotshela amaphoyisa ukuthi nakho lokhu engikwaziyo njengoba ungitshela manje.
And my lord, he said he knew that one day he has to take a responsibility, my lord, for the murder of Senzo Meyiwa.
Ngathi-ke hhayi uyazi ukuthi ngelinye ilanga kufanele ngizoziphendulela mayelana nokushona kwaSenzo.
You would know, ma'am. You would know that certain information that you're now narrating to this court is totally inadmissible. That's the reason why I said to you, give me the point at which you explain to him that, Mr. Sibiya, what your choice is. And out of respect of the court, when the court said I should allow you to narrate, and then said, go on and narrate. And I knew that it will come to this information that is totally inadmissible at this stage of the trial. And I know you will be explaining the whole thing. All that I want is, at what point did you say to him, Mr. Sibiya, what is your choice?
My lord, but I just take it through, my lord.
Ma'am, at what point did you say to Mr. Sibiya, what is your choice
Why?
of the right that I've explained to you?
While he was making admissions.
Thank you.
Ngikwazi ukuthi ngitshele lokho ngesikhathi-ke amukele umthize.
Thank you. That's the simple answer that I was expecting from you.
Cha, yena mpendulo elungile bengifuna kuwena.
You are saying to this court, the point at which you brought to Mr. Sibiya's attention that he should exercise his choice was at a point at which he had already started to make admissions. Do I understand you to say that?
Manje makuzusaka kahle ukuthi yena wamnika ithuba lokuthi akhethe ukuthi ufuna ukwenzani ngesikhathi usubona ukuthi khona izinto aqala ukuzamkela.
Do I understand you to mean that?
That's correct, my
Thank
lord.
you.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
Why did you have to wait, ma'am, to bring it to his attention the fact that, why did you have to wait up until he starts to make certain admissions to you before you could bring the fact that he has got a choice? He's got to make a choice on the rights that you have explained to him.
Yini akazi ukuthi ulinde aze aqale ukuthi amukele izinto ezithize ukuthi wena ukutshela ukuthi hayi phela ufanele uqoqa ukuthi uthini mayelana namalungelo akho.
My lord, if you give a person his rights, my lord, that on its own, my lord, it's a choice. If I tell him that you have a right to consult with your legal representative of your choice, and if you do not have one, the state can provide you with a legal representative at the state expense. That
Thank
is,
you.
on its own, my lord, is an option.
Manje uma umtshela umuntu ilungelo lakhe lokho kuyithu umnika ithuba lokuthi akhethe.
When you say to a person, you've got a right to a legal representation, you've got a right to an attorney of your own choice. If you don't have money, then the state can come to your assistance. Is that a choice?
Manje lokho kumnika umuntu ithuba lokuthi akhethe umtshela ukuthi unomthuba lokuthi uyozifunela ummeli mengenayo ummeli ayo acela ukuthi ukuthi anike ummeli ongakhokhela.
Yes, my lord, it's a choice.
Yebo kuqoka lokho.
Let us make it simple.
Asibenze lokubelula.
Why immediately after you had brought to his attention those rights that you said you explained to him? Look, I don't dispute that you explained those rights to him.
Akuqinisi ukuthi wamchazela lamalungelo.
I don't have facts on which I can base my argument that you did not explain those rights. But what I've said initially is that I'll be basing my clarification, remember it's not a cross-examination, just a clarification, on exclusively what you said in your evidence.
Khumbula ukuthi lokho akona ukuzimbuzo kodwa ke ukuthi nje ngidinga ukuthi ungicacisele ukuthile ngigqile phela kulokho ongitshele kona.
Thank you. Now the question is, immediately after you had explained his rights to him, the manner in which you did, why did you not bring it to his attention that Mr. Sibiya, now that I've explained these rights to you and you say you understand them, what do you then choose? Do you want a lawyer that you would that you will pay out of your own pocket, or do you want the state to assist you with a lawyer? Before we even begin with this interview,
Yini ungamtshela ukuthi njengoba sekuchazeleke amalungelo akho ke manje ke kufanele ke ungitshele ukuthi qokwenzani uyamdinga yini ummeli noma uyakudinga yini ukuthi kube nomuntu ozokusiza singakaqali ukuthi sikhulume.
My lord,
yes,
I did explain, my lord, his, I did explain the rights, my lord, to accused number one.
I've said,
And my lord,
I have said that is not in dispute. I don't have facts on which to dispute the facts that we had explained his right. The question is, why even before you start to embark on the interview, immediately after you had explained those rights that I can't dispute that you explained them, bring it to his attention that what do you choose, Mr. Sibia?
Angibhekisa ukuthi amalungelo vele wamtshela futhi ayikho into engenza ukuthi ngithi mhlambe ngingafika la sizodayisana inkani ukuthi wamtshela noma ngitshelanga yena akuphikisi lokho into engifuna ukuyazi ukuthi ngemva kokuthi umtshele ngamalungelo akho yini indaba ongamtshelanga ukuthi hayi phela qoka ukuthi ufuna ukwenzani.
My lord, when he said he does not need a lawyer, that was the end, my lord. If someone says, I do not need a lawyer, do you have now to say, no, choose if you want the one of your choice or the state to provide you with one? Already, my lord, he has answered, Okwamanje angidingi lawyer.
Waphendula wathi hayi cha angidingi umbili njengoba eseshilo ukuthi angidingi umbili engasekho isidingo sokuthi ngimbuze ukuthi hayi manje-ke awufunile umbili ungakhokhele ngoba esephendulile wathi okwamanje angimdingi umbili.
Thank you. Now, is it correct that when you're explaining the type of rights that you said you explained to the accused person, you never told this court that after I had explained his rights, accused person elected to proceed to make a statement, and I then said to him, look, you're not compelled to make a statement. In other words, you brought the issue of a choice to him. Am I correct to say that that is coming for the first time now in this I don't want to say a cross-examination, but in this clarification process? Is it correct?
My lord, he
As the
said
court
he
pleases, my
understood.
lord, before the witness answers. It is not for this witness. She's not taking down a statement. She's merely apprising the accused of his rights, and a process, as she explained, would follow later, where a formal statement is taken. That's where an accused must now indicate what his election is. We submit that that's an unfair question because she was not taking down a statement from the accused.
No, but wait. I just want to understand from you. Is there a standard procedure or process as to how a person has to explain the rights?
Is it please the court, my lord?
Hello, is there? Because I'm aware of 120 plus decisions where the process is not uniform. You see this witness, for instance.
Yes.
He says when he started making admissions,
Yes.
she preempted him from doing so. I would say I advised him, you still have to make a choice.
Yes.
She uses the word, I preempted him to do
Yes.
so. And then she continues and says, she engages him, why do you come now? You know that persons have been arrested in connection with this matter. It's not like it's a...
Yes, ma'am. The reason why I'm standing up, after my colleague has raised what he raised, I'm standing up just to understand what is the basis of the objection, my lord. Because he starts to
fine.
explain. I don't know what the basis of the objection is. Because I am unable to respond to something that I do not understand. My colleague stands out and says, no, this witness was actually doing this. It's an explanation.
Yes, okay,
What is the
okay.
basis of the objection? Is that an unfair question? Am I badgering the witness? That is irregular, is out of context, it is irrelevant, and all those factors. I don't know what the basis of the objection is, my lord.
And I
With
just
the
read the
permission of the
decision. Let me
court, my
tell
lord,
you.
I will give him another
I read a
opportunity.
decision just not too long ago,
Yes, ma'am.
where it says there is no duty upon a person who is explaining the rights of an accused
Yes, ma'am.
to lecture that person
Yes, ma'am.
on the content
Yes.
of the right as you want from this witness. Other decisions say the opposite. You know that.
My lord, my understanding is I am actually not assuming or suggesting that this witness should have lectured Mr. Sibia about his rights. As I'm saying, my lord, I don't even dispute the fact that he explained his rights. But
Okay.
the core of my clarification And I wish the court to understand that it's not a cross-examination.
No, I
It's just
understand
a
that,
clarification. The core of my clarification is, at what point did he then bring it to the attention of Mr. Sibiya after she has explained that Mr. Sibiya has got those particular rights, that Mr. Sibiya has got a choice that she can make in respect of the rights that have been explained? She says, well, at the moment at which Mr. Sibiya has started to make certain admissions and everything, now, another core of my question is, why did she not immediately say it immediately after she had explained the rights to Mr. Sibiya, that Mr. Sibiya, even before we begin with the interview, you got to make a choice, buddy. You got to tell me whether even before this interview begins, we are going to want a lawyer to be present as I interview you in respect of this case. A lawyer that you're going to pay out of your own pocket. Or you are going to request me to assist you with a lawyer that the state is going to pay on your behalf. Or you yourself want to continue on your own in the presence of nobody, no lawyer. This witness does not say that, my lord.
Yes, any other thing, Mr.
Thank you, my lord. Now I need to roll back a bit, my lord, and actually try to get back to where I was, because I was a bit derailed, my lord. So I'm going to request to be patient with me. Now you say, ma'am, the fact that you had explained to the accused that he's got a right to illegal representation and attorney, which she could have had in various ways on its own, that was a choice. That's your testimony.
That's correct, madam.
I do, John.
So you did not deem it necessary that immediately after you had appraised him of his rights, that you should immediately bring it to his attention that needed to exercise his choice.
Emva kokuthi umtshele amalungelo akho zangibone kunesidingo sokuthi emva kwaloko nje uvele umchazele ukuthi ufanele aqoke ukuthi ufuna ukwenzani.
My lord, when a person say, I understand, my lord, I mean, my lord, that covers everything.
Umuntu methi ngiyazwisisa hayi lokho ke kumboza konke.
So that covers also the fact that I understand that I can have a lawyer on my own, I can have a lawyer that the state is going to pay for me. It also covers that.
Lokho ke kuyakwazi ukuthi kuthwale nokuthi umuntu athi ufuna ukuthi uzoba uye ummeli wakhe noma futhi ke kuthathe nokuthi ummeli uzofuna ukuthi alethwe umbuso ummeli ongakhokhela.
It covers that, my lord.
Hayi vala wona.
Thank you, ma'am. I've said we have got only 2 questions. That was just my first question.
Ukumbuso wami oqala lo.
But just to close my first question, we have initially said when we started here, right, that a failure to explain a suspect's right in the constitutional context that amounts to an irregularity. And I'm going to put it to you that what you did on that day, when you started to quiz accused number 1 about the content of this case without having heard, appraised him of the choice that she had, that was a fatal irregularity.
Manje ke ukuthi nje ukhulumisane nomsolo ungamnikanga ithuba lokuthi akwazi ukuchaza ukuthi yena kokwenzani into engafanele yenziwe.
My lord,
Yes,
the rights, my lord, were explained to the accused.
yes. Thank you.
Amalungelo achazelwa wona umsolo.
Yes, thank you. Now, you have said that on a number of occasions, actually we have agreed. Now, this is my second question, the last one. Now, you have said, ma'am, that on the basis of the experience that you had. You had actually agreed that on the basis of the experience that you have, this was not the first time that you had to interview a suspect. So,
uthe wena wanguvona okokuqala ukhulumisana no so
that's so.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you.
kunjani
There's a document that I'm going to show you, that SAPS 3M. The first M is a capital letter M, and the next M is an M that is rated in brackets. I've requested that some documents should be prepared in this regard. I'm going to show you these documents because my next question is going to be based on these documents. Thank you. On the face of it, you are familiar with that document, that's all.
asithi nje masibheka uyayazi lo paper letter
That's correct, my lord.
yebo ngiyalazi
Yeah, let me immediately bring it to your attention that on top there is written, when you see in parentheses, it's also written there, this is what I have done. Those are just my inscription because that document was prepared on the document that I have. But nothing untoward is contained in this document. All are clean copies. I'll be asking you on the content of the clean copies. Do you understand? Don't worry about that thing there that's written in with me. Don't also worry about this is what I have done. That is also. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Thank you. With the leave of court, my daughter, the state is just assisting us with a very clean copy. Thank you, ma'am. You just said, on the basis of your experience, you're familiar with this document. That's all.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you. Will I be correct, ma'am, to say that this document is an instruction that is directed to the investigating officers on how to interview suspects?
ngizongifuna iqiniso yini uma ngithi leli pheshana leli ileli nikwa abaphenyi ukuthi bafanele phenye ngayiphi indlela uma bekhuluma nabasolo.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjani?
Thank you. Just to confirm that does not come from me. If you can page through, you can go to the next page. Yeah, it is written there. There's a police insignia there, and insignia is what we colloquially know as an emblem. Insignia. Thank you. And beneath it is written South African Police Service. Beneath that it is written instructions. Beneath that it is written statement regarding interview with the suspect. Do you follow?
I do follow, my lord.
And did I understand you to mean that you're familiar with this document? So,
That's correct, my lord.
now the very first paragraph, I know it was contentious some time ago, but this is law. These are instructions that are directed to investigating officers. And those instructions, the very first instruction says, number one, completion of a statement. It says paragraph A. I won't read everything. No, rest assured. Number one says, paragraph A, the station commander must consult with the prosecutor on circumstances in which the prosecutor requires that a warning statement of a suspect be obtained. In every such case, the suspect must be interviewed. In every such case, the suspect must be interviewed and this statement must be completed this statement must be completed every time the suspect is interviewed, irrespective of whether the suspect has been arrested or not. Do you follow?
But you're glad I look.
I follow, my lord.
You're glad.
Do you understand what is contained here? When it says every time that a suspect is to be interviewed, this document must be completed.
Sisa lokusho lapho kuthiwa lezi zonke ikhathi uma umsola ezokhulunywa naye kufanele kugcwaliswe leli dodo lelo.
I can see, my lord, there's an objection that is coming. Thank you.
As a please, my lord, we've been through this process. When Advocate Mshololo was cross-examining Sergeant Mukhani on this very document, my lord, we indicated at the time that this document is meant for an exigency where a statement is taken from a suspect. One can, for instance, think of a situation where a police officer stops a person who's got a suspicious object in his possession, perhaps a laptop or something, and he asks him, but where do you get the laptop? And he says, I bought the laptop from X. Now the policeman says, well, let's go and verify it. It can hardly be argued that in that situation, this form must be completed. It's just preliminary inquiry to verify what the accusers say, and that's precisely what this witness did. We indicated, my lord, at the time when Advocate Mshololo wanted to use the document, that even the judge's rule referred to a statement, the taking down of a statement, and this is not what this witness was doing. We submit that, therefore, the questioning on this form is irrelevant.
Yeah, Mr.
Yes,
Minister,
ma'am.
this witness,
Yes.
did she take a statement from Mr. accused number 2?
My lord,
When-
this form says.
No, I'm not talking about the form.
Okay.
I'm talking about the law. Did he take a statement from accused number 2? Because as I understand it, he says when Mr. Tanzi started making admissions.
Mr. Sibia.
Sibia,
I'm
yeah.
not talking about
Sibia,
Mr. Danzi.
sorry about that, Sibia.
Yes.
When accused number 1 started making admissions,
Yes.
she preempted the process. And she says, subsequently, I reported to Colonel Gininda
Yes.
that accused number 1 wants to make a statement.
Yes, my lord.
And Gininda said, okay, wait for me at Fosluras, is it?
Yes, my lord.
Wait for me at Fosluras. And Gininda came and interviewed accused number 1. So this witness, he just exercised a limited interview with Mr. Sibia.
Thank you.
The person who actually conducted a full interview is a senior, Gininda, who actually, I don't know if it was lawful or not, but after that, Gininda said he would arrange for accused number 1 to make a confession, for somebody to take this confession. That's how I understand the evidence. So this rigmarole about her not having advised Mr. Sibia of his rights, etc., etc., etc. It doesn't percolate into her taking a statement. She never took a statement.
My lord, I'm mindful of the word that the court has used. That which I'm doing here is now a rigmarole. I'm very mindful of that parlance. But nonetheless, my lord, I'm not suggesting that this document says a statement. This document, my lord, it's very clear. It says this statement must be completed. In other words, this document must be completed every time the suspect is interviewed.
It
And you
says,
yourself, my lord,
what? It says the statement or it says the document?
My lord, it says this statement.
Right, not document. There's a world of difference between a statement and a document. This document, this statement, she never took a statement. That's how I understand it.
My Lord, if this document says, this statement, if it is not this document that is being referred to, what else is being referred to?
Because
in
that
the
was-
context of this.
Sorry, yeah, I understand you, Mr. Nisi.
Yes,
But that document says there must be a station commander present. That document. And the senior public, does it say that, Mr. Baloyi?
Indeed, my
And a senior public prosecutor. Now, they are at Vusumuzi hostel. Accused number 1 is seated in a motor vehicle. The window is open. She is apprising accused number 1 of her rights. There is no senior prosecutor there.
Yes, ma'am.
There is no station commander there.
Yes, ma'am. May I be allowed to
No, you're
complete my
allowed.
cross-examination?
Yeah, you're around. You're around.
Yeah. Is it correct, ma'am, that these instructions, which in the context of what you were doing, were also law, you did not comply with them because you did not complete this document?
Manje le miyalelo lo phela kwakuwumthetho kodwa ke wena awuzange uyigcwalise.
My Lord, I am not only, how can I put it? Okay, my Lord, according to, let me first put it like this. According to this document, my Lord, it says, this statement must be completed every time the suspect is interviewed,
Yes.
irrespective of whether the suspect has been arrested or not.
Yes.
So, my Lord, this is an instruction to say this document, but there is nowhere where they say the police must not interview the suspect without this document.
That is very lame. That is exactly what is known as a rigmarole. That's very lame. But nonetheless, thank you, ma'am. The question is it correct that at the inception of the interview that you had with accused number 1, you did not complete this document as per instructions in this document?
Kwila iqiniso ukuthi eqale wakhuluma nomsolo oqala uzange ligcwalise le document lena.
My
Njengoba kushiwo kumiyalelo yayi le document.
Yes or no?
My Lord, it was not necessary for me, my Lord, to complete this document, my Lord, because anyway, my Lord, even if
Sorry,
I...
ma'am.
Can I explain?
Sorry, ma'am.
No, I need to explain.
I've indicated to you that if you need to explain, I'm going to say, or I'm going to request, can you please explain this? Now the question is simple. Unless you want me to retract everything that I've said about your resume, that I don't have any doubts about it. The question is simple. The question is it correct that at the inception of the interview that you had with accused number 1, Mr. Sibia, you did not complete this work? Yes or no?
Ngifuna uyebo noma cha uma ethi ekuqaleni ukuthi uqala ukukhulumisana nomsolo oqala azange uyigcwalise le document.
As a court, please, my lord. The witness said it was not necessary to complete the form. She's trying to explain. Now my learned friend stops her. Can she be allowed to explain?
My Lord, can I explain? My Lord, even if I was having this form
Yes.
and completing it, my Lord, with the suspect, upon realizing that he is making admissions, I was not going to continue with the completing this form, my Lord, because an officer needs to be the one who takes over when a person makes admissions.
Mawuthi umuntu khona izinto afuna ukuzamukela angikwazi ukuqhubeka ngaleto ngifana ngime khona lapho ngoba kufanele ukubeke nomuntu oseqophelweni eliphezulu ukuthi abe khona uma ukuthi kufanele niqhubeke ugcwalise le document.
Thank you, ma'am. Now the next page. Let's go to the next page. There is also an insignia there. Next to the insignia, it is written station and CR case number and all those things. Now, below that is written South African Police Service. It also repeats the very same wording, statement regarding interview with the suspect. Do you see that?
I see that, my lord.
Now, another instructions. Another instructions to investigating officers, not to captains or people who are holding commission ranks, but to investigating officers. That instruction says,
Now, umlayelo othi okhuluma nabaphenya and lo mlayelo uthi
this form, now it says this form, not statement or document. This form must be completed every time a suspect is questioned, irrespective of whether the suspect is in detention, after an arrest or not. Where any space provided on the form is insufficient, to continue on the folio and attach the folio to that page. Folios must be signed by the suspect, interpreter, deponent, and a commissioner of oath. But what I want us, not that these other parts of the statement are not necessary or irrelevant, but the gist of my second question is, it now says, this form must be completed every time a suspect is questioned, irrespective of whether the suspect is in detention after an arrest or not. Is that not an instruction, ma'am, that is directed to an investigating officer who is about to interview a suspect who is in detention or not? Is that not the case?
akona imiyalelo onikwa umphenyi ngoba kuthiwa la kuleli form lela asisona isikhathi uma kukhulunywa nomsolo leli form leli fanele igcwaliswe.
My lord, I still say that it was not necessary for me, my lord, to complete this form.
Thank you.
Ngisaqhubeka ngithi hayi kwakungeke sesingesidingo sokuthi ligcwalise leli form.
Yes. I take it. It will no longer be necessary for me to go through this form as per the instructions on what is it that you need to do when you are interviewing or questioning a suspect who is in detention after an arrest or not. Because this form is self-explanatory. I said, this is my second question. Let me finally put it to you. That your failure to comply with these so succinct instructions as contained in this document, which you yourself have said you are aware of this document, the day on which you had an interview which accused number 3 was not only an irregularity, it was a fatal one. Thank you, Madam. I've got no further questions. Thank you.
Yeah. Any answer?
My lord, I still say, me questioning my lord, accused number 1 was not limited, my lord, based on this form.
Okay.
Impendulo yami ithi ongangibuza umsolo kuqala kwakungaphelele kuleli document.
That document, and this is not a hard and fast rule or finding which I made. That document talks about an interview.
Let me
This
immediately
lady-
assist the court in
Yeah,
this.
it talks about an interview. I listen. This witness was not conducting an interview.
Let me immediately assist the court.
Wait. She was apprising an accused, arrested person of his rights.
That is so.
An interview presupposes this lady seated with Mr. Mgomezulu
Yes.
in an office.
Yes.
That's why they talk about
Yes.
a station commander.
Yes.
That's why they talk about a public prosecutor.
Yes.
You've heard me. Okay.
Yes. My understanding, madam.
No, I'm not arguing.
Oh.
That's how I see it. Fine.
May I
No.
kindly request an indulgence just to clarify?
No. That's how I see the law. You can address it subsequently. There's no problem. We're not going to argue about this.
Thank you, my lord.
Okay.
Because I was just about to say, my lord, that
Sir,
subsequent to
sir, let's not argue about this.
executions the court. Thank you.
That's why I say I'm not even making a finding. I'm just telling you
Thank you,
my preliminary view.
Thank you.
Table, Mr. Numalo.
Thank you, my lord. I don't have questions to
Okay.
this witness. Thank you.
Mrs. Moore?
As it pleases the court, my lord, we have just few questions of clarity.
Okay.
Yes. Madam, we have just few questions of clarity.
Anginemuzwa nyana engifuna ukuthi ufune incazelo ngayo.
Madam, when you arrived in Phuket, where did you say you went to?
Noma nifika ke Phukeng uthe nayaphi?
We started at Phuket police station,
Saqala sayisikhumulweni samaphoyisa sasePhukeng.
and then we went to where accused number 2 was staying.
Sasesiya ke la abahlala khona umsolo.
You said when you arrived at Phuket police station, you found accused number 2, Sergeant Mokhane and Sergeant Mabena. Is that correct?
Uthe uma nifika police station nathola umsolo Sergeant Mokhane no Sergeant Mabena kunjalo?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
And you further said you were escorted from Phuket police station to the residence of accused number 2. Do you remember that?
Ngapheleza ukusuka estation samaphoyisa sasePhukeng neya la ekuhlala khona umsolo wesibili kunjalo?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Madam, are you 100% sure about that evidence?
Unesiqiniseko esiphelele ngalokho?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
And as you said before, you are prepared to put your head in the block to be chopped.
Njengoba ushilo uthe ungazikhethela ukuthi uvele ugenqe ikhanda.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
She's never heard of Mary Antoinette.
That's what she said.
Okay.
Madam, if I tell you now that Sergeant Mokhane said when they arrived at Phuket, they never went to Phuket police station.
Mangathi ke Sergeant Mokhane wena uthe uma nifika ePhukeng angizaye niye esikhumulweni samaphoyisa.
My lord, we arrived at Phuket police station, my lord.
Safika esikhumulweni samaphoyisa sasePhukeng.
Brigadier Kininda arranged that a vehicle, my lord, must escort us, my lord, to the place of accused number 2.
Brigadier Kininda waselungisa ukuthi kube nemoto ezosiphelezela kusuka ePhukeng police station.
So I-
la ekuhlala khona umsolo wesibili.
So, my lord, I know for a fact, my lord, that as we went to the residence of accused number 2, my lord, we were following each other, my lord, with a marked vehicle from Phuket police station.
Sase kusuka la police station sasihamba nemoto enembala yesiphoyisa silandelana uma siya la ekuhlala khona umsoyisi. So
Madam, this is not what Sergeant Mokhane is saying. Sergeant Mokhane said when they arrived in Phuket, they actually went straight to the residence of accused number 2. And only you and Brigadier Kininda went to the went to Phuket police station. That is what he said.
Sergeant Mokhane uthi yena bathu babefika baya la ekuhlala khona umsolo ngoba wena kuphela noBrigadier Kininda naya epolice station kunjalo.
Maybe, my lord, the council can maybe tell my lord of the dates, because there were times when Mokhane went.
That is the 19th of June 2020.
Khuluma ngomhla 19 June 2020.
On the 19th of June, my lord, 2020, we arrived at Phuket police station, my lord, found Sergeant Mokhane and Mabena, my lord, and then we, and Phuket police station, then my lord assisted us, my lord, in terms of escorting us, my lord, to the resident of accused number 2.
Umhla 19 June 2020 safika lapha epolice station sathola Sergeant Mokhane noMabena, and then Emva kwaloko-ke kwasekulungiswa-ke abangasiphelezela ukuya la kuhlala khona umsolo.
Therefore, my lord, we departed from Bukeng Police Station to the resident of accused number 2.
Loko kuchaza ukuthi sasuka la police station siya la kuhlala khona umsolo sibili.
Madam, let me also tell you that Sergeant Mokhane also produced an AVL report that also confirmed his own version, that according to them, or according to that AVL report, they never went to Bukeng Police Station. They actually went straight to the residence of accused number 2.
Sergeant Mokhane waveza i-AVL ekhombisayo ukuthi vele futhi yayimsekela ekutheni abasake baqala ukuya e-police station kodwa baqala ukuya la kuhlala khona umsolo sibili.
My lord.
Sorry, I don't think you listened to Makano's evidence. Makano's evidence was, it is practice for police when they enter a different jurisdiction from theirs to go and announce their presence there and even ask for escortment because we are not familiar with the area. That's Makano's evidence.
My lord,
Sorry, did you hear him say that?
my lord, I maintain that
Okay,
that
fine.
is what he said. We can go to the records, my lord. I know for sure.
Okay. Fine.
That is what he said. To that effect, my lord, he at that stage he was even leading evidence based on the AVL
Okay,
report
fine. All right.
that actually showed the address of accused number 2.
Okay. Yes, what's your answer, ma'am?
My lord, I still maintain that we found them at the police station, my lord, and departed from there to where accused number 2 was staying, my lord, together with the police van, my lord, from Bukeng Police Station.
Saphinda futhi ukuthi sabathola e-police station base sisuka-ke sihamba siya la kuhlala khona umsolo siphelezela iveni yamaphoyisa yaseBukeng.
Madam, I will leave that for argument, but I will put it to you that if the version of Sergeant Mokhane and the AVL reports are correct, then it will mean that your testimony about what happened at the residence of accused number 2 will be incorrect because you will not be present when it happened.
As a court, please, my lord, that is not correct. That is not correct, my lord. The proposition that is being put to the witness, I think Sergeant Mokhane's evidence was that they waited for the patrol vehicle.
Okay, continue with your assertion.
No, my lord. If that is being admitted, then it's fine because
No, Mr. Baloyi is saying you're not correct. Now I'm saying because you believe you're correct, continue with your assertion.
Yes, Madam, what I was putting to you is that if the evidence of Sergeant Mokhane and the AVL report are correct, that they were the first ones who went to the resident of accused number 2, while you and Brigadier Gininda went to Bukeng Police Station. Then what happened at the residence of accused number 2 happens in your absence. Therefore, you cannot testify about it.
And ukuthi okusho Sergeant Mokhane ukuthi baqala baya le komsolo nina naya e-police station ngayo kusho ukuthi wena awukwazi ukwenzeka lapha endlini yomsolwa ngoba naningekho lapha.
My lord, I still maintain that I was there. We departed, my lord, from Bukeng Police Station. Sergeant Mabena Mokhane, accused number 2, my lord. Myself, Brigadier Kininda, my lord, and the police van, my lord, from Bukeng Police Station. We departed together, my lord, from that point, my lord, to the residence of accused number 2.
Angigcizelela ukuthi sahlangana e-police station esasuka lapha police station saba neveni yasiphelezela yasisa la okuhlala khona umsola we-speed.
My Lord, I will leave that for argument.
Okay.
Thank you, my Lord, I have no
All
further
right.
questions.
I'm going to conduct 3 examinations.
My learned friends are suggesting that we should let that stand down until tomorrow. We can do that tomorrow.
It's just one question. I know I don't have to ask it now. Police women, what type of shoes do they put on? It's not a sexist question.
The shoes, my lord, in
Yeah.
uniform.
Yeah, in uniform.
My lord, boots.
Boots.
They put on ears as well as the platform, my lord, when you wear your formal wear.
And when you're going on investigation, what type of shoes do you put on?
My lord, like myself, I don't wear uniform. So if I go out on investigation, my lord, it depends, my lord. Whether it's, if you go to Msinga, my lord, I'll wear my khakis. If my lord is gonna be in the office, my lord, I'll just wear my formal.
Okay.
Njengoba niyicathulo ezigqokwa amaphoyisa sethi khona amabhuti khona nama-platform shoes kusho ukuthi-ke uma ngisophenyene njengoba ngayigqoki-ke i-uniform mhlawumbe ngayigqokela amateki kodwa-ke njengoba sesi-CMC ngangigqokela amateki kodwa-ke uma kuvuthi-ke ngise-office gqoka iy'cathulo formal ezi-platform.
Okay, thank you.
Siyabonga.
Yebo. Why are you surprised, Mr. Ramsey?
I'm just thinking to myself, my lord.
If you are bright, you got what I'm going to do. Did you get it?
I didn't get it,
Okay.
but I am right.
Can't have it both ways. Yes, Mr.
Can we then adjourn until tomorrow?
Are you available tomorrow?
Yes, my lord.
Okay, tomorrow.
All right.